A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs.
I never dreamed such a thing was possible. Well, neither did I. In fact, a lot of ladies I know around here say they just don't believe it.
Now, ladies, just what is it you find so hard to believe?
Why, Mr. Fleming, it's that new Dove you've been talking about. Now, I just can't see how this one granulated soap can do everything in the wash.
Well, does it all right. It does all three kinds of wash. Grimy work shirts, dirty towels, right down to pretty rayon clips.
But how in the world can the same granulated soap get greasy work shirts clean and grimy towels snowy white? It'd still be really safe for my nice colored rayon slip.
Well, just you try Does, and you'll see how really new it is. Remember, Does is not just a new improvement of an old soap. It's a brand new kind of granulated soap developed by Procter & Gamble.
Well, my problem is dirty work shirts. Will Does get them clean?
Say, wonderfully clean, and so easily. Why, you won't have to do any hard scrubbing and no boiling. In fact, no soap made gets clothes clean easier than you Does.
And my trouble is grimy towels. Oh, the youngsters even so black. It seems like I never get them white.
Well, Does will show you just how really white those towels can be. Why, Does gets clothes whiter, far whiter than any number of other soaps.
And you say I can still trust this same Does with my pretty rayon slip?
Bet your life that's one of the wonders it does. It's the only leading granulated laundry soap to give you extra safety for those nice colors. Yet, when it comes to whiteness, you've never seen whiter washes than Does gives you. Honestly, once you try Does, you'll see how different it is. Why, even the suds are different.
How's that?
Because Does makes more suds in your machine than any of the 4 other leading granulated wash day soaps. And Does gives you suds that build up faster and that last up to twice as long. Just ask for Does D-U-Z today. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Well, Jake should have known it from the very beginning, that Molly was bound to take everything in her hands. And by now, Molly's hands are full with preparations for Christopher Cater's wedding to Oriane. The only thing she doesn't know is if they are getting married and when and how. For Chris is on the train with Oriane. He's going to propose. And while that's up in the air, Molly's gone about inviting everybody in Glastonbury to the wedding.
Mr. Rowland, no? You looking for the timetable? Yes, ma'am. Oh, dear, look. Oh, people. All I see is you already for the list with all the guests I want to invite. And the red window. Oh, I got it. 2 million people. Are you looking for the timetable? Yes, ma'am. There's already out to look. I think I put it in the food bowl. 2 million people. All I touch is you. Even my voice says, my tongue, your voice comes through mine. Waiting for no, Rose, I'm ready for the timetable, no? Give me a few. Let me see. I can look it over. Let me see. There's Papa. Yes? Does Papa know that I'm invited? No, I think he heard you speak tonight the year before. Yeah? And did it check something? Well, I'll take it. Look up the timetable now. Okay. So see when the train comes in exactly less than war time. Hello? Oh, Seymour? What do you know? Yes. Yes, Rosie here, Seymour. No. The family went on the train and accidentally it went expressly to New York. It wasn't a localized train. Yeah. Well, of course. Of course, no question if you're invited. Cause you invite. Just 1 minute, Rosalie, see on the phone. Just a minute. I don't like that attitude. Somebody calls for you need to speak. Say hello. With a smile. The train comes in 4:15. How are you doing? Yeah. Where would you go? Correct. All right. Look, do you know Seymour? Anytime you just come over. Oh, all right, Seymour. All right. Bye. I call me Mrs. Willoughby now, please. All right. Now, did you put a light in the coffee cup of one's coffee? Oh, I'll do it now. Never mind. Get Mrs. Willoughby. I will do it. All right. Hello? I want Willoughby, please. Yes. Oh, hello, Mrs. Willoughby. Where's the Goldbergs? Fine, thank you. Take 1 minute, Mrs. Willoughby. Molly, Mrs. Willoughby's on the phone. Just 1 minute.
Molly.
Yes?
They want a quiet wedding.
Who said it could be noisy? Hello? Hello, Mrs. Willoughby. Mrs. Goldberg speaking.
Molly, don't start inviting the whole world.
That's the news, Mrs. Willoughby. Please, Jake, I'm conversing on the telephone, please.
Molly, you're taking advantage of me.
Hello, Mrs. Willoughby. I just wanted to know, can you...
Molly.
Will you...
Molly.
Just a minute, Jake. I want you to be present at the marriage of Orion Leland to Dr. Christopher Hyde at my house at...
Molly.
Just 1 minute. What time will the train be in?
I don't know.
What time does the train come in from New York? You said 4:15.
How can you be sure they are making that train? Don't please me.
Hello? We just calculating. Well, in any case, nevertheless, however, be at my house not later, then please, Peggy, you can drop in too also. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Thank you. Bye. Now, Rosalie, let me see now. But who's next on the list?
Who else?
Stewart now.
Molly, please. This is not your wedding.
It's Orion's wedding. I don't want her to feel like a person alone in the world. I don't want it, Jake. I wouldn't have it, and I don't want it. I want it to be a wedding with friends and with people with smiling faces.
That's what Dr. Christopher Cater didn't want. That's why he tried to keep it all from you. You're doing exactly what he thought you would do.
So?
So don't do it.
So what am I doing, Jake, dear? I'm inviting a few people to my house.
How sure are you that Orion will say yes to Christopher Cater when he proposes marriage to her? How sure can you be?
How sure was you when you maneuvered?
At least, if he was mistaken, we didn't arrange to have guests.
Why shouldn't she say yes?
But if she says no?
Why should she say no?
I'm only saying if she says no.
Well, she wouldn't say.
How do you know?
Because she loves him and he loves her.
Even so, Molly, there is many a slip between the cup and the lip.
And you should know that better than Jake. We've just seen that plan of his and Dr. Cater's slip and crash. And meanwhile, on the train, Chris is having his hands full. There they sit on one of those green plush seats. The locomotive chugs ahead, and Orion keeps looking out of the window and then looking back to Dave.
David, I don't see David.
Can't you sit still for a moment, Orion, and listen to me?
But I don't see David.
He's in the next car with Sammy.
Perhaps he wants something. Perhaps.
Sammy can take care of him as well as you can. I assure you, David is quite content.
Yes, sure.
Positive.
Very well, then.
I want to talk to you.
About what?
I want to talk to you about last Sunday's leading book review in the Pittsburgh Herald.
Oh, was it a good book?
For heaven's sake, Orion, do you think I'm on this train by accident?
Aren't you?
You know I'm not. I'm here for a purpose.
I realize that. You're going to New York.
I am not going to New York.
But that's where the train is going.
I don't care if it's going to Turkey.
That's absurd.
Orion.
Yes, Chris?
We've had any number of disagreements. Isn't that so?
Disagreements?
Quarrels, then.
Quarrels?
Well, if they fight.
Oh, have you been fighting with me? I didn't know it.
You're a devil.
I beg your pardon.
I've got a good mind to get off the train.
You'll only break your neck. Such a loss to the world that would be. Don't jump, Chris, for the sake of humanity. Don't jump.
You didn't expect to see me again, did you?
I didn't even think of it.
You were crying when I surprised you.
I had a finger in my eye.
Oh, which one?
This one.
Oh, let me see.
Oh, it's all right now.
Oh, perhaps it's still there.
Oh, all right.
After all my plans, it has to end up like this. You're a romantic disappointment. You're a failure.
What plan?
You knew I'd deliberately get on the train to surprise you.
Wasn't that silly? And you could have come to see me.
You didn't deserve it.
Just what?
You deserved to worry. You needed a lesson and you got it.
What lesson? Don't
Put that over on me, Oriane. I know you were miserable when I didn't come.
You're right. I was very miserable.
Fine.
I felt that my heart was breaking.
Splendid.
So I made up my mind. I said to myself, even if Chris comes crawling back, I won't accept it.
That's all in the past now.
You're right.
And we'll get married as soon as we get back to Lexington.
Don't be absurd.
I haven't time to wait.
Don't bother waiting. I'm not going back to Lexington, and I'm not marrying
Oriane.
you. You with a child.
Oriane.
You with a childish mind of yours, you adolescent Romeo. That's what you are. You're a sophomore, a college boy.
What are you? An erotic woman with a martyr complex?
You see, it's obvious we aren't suited to each other. I'm going to David.
Sit down.
Please let me go.
Sit down, I said. I did.
If you'd like to punch me in the nose, that's all I can expect.
You'll be worse than that if you don't behave. I'm proposing to you.
I'm not interested.
Oriane, I love you.
I know it.
You love me.
I love you. I'm not sure now. I think you're a fool.
I am a fool, Oriane. I love you.
Don't you shout it out. Everybody's looking at you.
I love you. I'll scream it through the train. Then say you'll marry me.
I need time to think.
You don't have brains enough to think. Answer me at once. I demand a categorical answer.
No.
I'll give you to New York.
I'll tell you when we get to New York.
There may be a wedding, but there may very well be an explosion postponing it again. And meanwhile, Molly's house is going to fill up with guests, and the food's going to be cooked and prepared. And Oriane, well, she's giving Chris a little of the caning of the screw in reverse. You know, there are 3 big letters I'd like to print right on your dishpan. They're D-U-Z, does. And they'll remind you to stop struggling with halfway soaps for dishes. I mean those bar soaps because they don't have real speed. And those tough granulated soaps because they're short on safety to your hands. Yes, the answer to those halfway soaps is U-Does. That new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And believe me, Does has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness to your hands. Why, just notice how wonderfully soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. It's far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated laundry soap. Yet, no soap made speeds through dishes faster than Does. There's no hard scouring, not even a cut tough grease. Remember, you can tell by the suds how different Does is, so try it today. Does has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
Ironized Yeast presents
Lights Out. Everybody.
It is later than you think.
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
My name, Arch Oboler. Someone recently asked me, what would you do if you could get your hands on all the money in the world? And by one of those peculiar backflips, peculiar only to a playwright's mind, tonight's story happened. This is the story of a super crime. But before we start, Frank Martin has something to say to you.
We're all expecting big things of this new year, 1943, and I personally hope that everything you're hoping for comes true. On the other hand, you can scarcely expect to win out if you don't feel good. So if you're miserably thin and run down, weak and nervous, always tired, and if it's only because you need more vitamin B and iron than you're getting from your meals, take this friendly tip. Try ironized yeast.
Lights out. Everybody.
But, my dear Mr. Fenn,
$5,000.
$5,000. $5,000. What do you think you're doing, bidding at an auction sale?
I am bidding for your services. And if a $5,000 retainer isn't enough, why, name your own price. I'm not here as an individual. I'm the representative of a group of casualty insurance companies who handle practically all of the burglary insurance in this entire area.
Well, if you're that important, talk important money. $10,000 cash.
Very well. I'll write you a check.
Fenn Detective Agency. Fenn.
Yes.
$500,000 stolen in broad daylight and no witnesses. A very clever criminal, whoever he is.
But surely you don't believe only one man has committed all these crimes.
Whenever there is greatness, even in crime, the answer is a man. One man.
25 places robbed both sides of State Street, 25 stores robbed in the space of 30 minutes, and you talk of one man?
He's very clever.
No one man could rob 25 places, spreading over a distance of 3 blocks in the space of 30 minutes.
No?
Of course not. Banks and department stores and loan companies. Cash registers cleaned out. And not a clue, not a witness. The devil alone knows what this is all about.
The devil alone.
City morgue. Oh, hello, Chief. Yeah, he's been here 2 days in a row. Yeah, all he looks at is the bodies of the hit and run.
Hey, listen, Chief. Here he comes now. Yeah. Okay, I'll try to find out. Yeah.
Hiya, Mr. Fenn. Early today, ain't you?
Quickly, show me the new ones.
Yeah, sure. Why not? The same kind?
Yes.
Okay. This one's name is it's on the tag here, Morrison something. Relatives ain't claimed him yet. Look at him. Smashed up pretty, ain't he?
He never knew what struck him.
I'll say he didn't. The way that skull... Well, I bet you he went out just like that.
I'm no longer interested in this one. Where's the next?
Coming up. Wait till I put this fella back on ice. Let me see. Where'd I put the dame? Oh, yeah, here she is. Kid. Whoever the rat was, his hair must have bust the front end of his crate. Look at her. Ain't much of her left to tell who she was, is there? Only identification on her was her first name in a book. Let me see, Libby. Yeah, that's what it was, Libby. Gosh, if this was my girlfriend and any hit-and-run rat did this, I'd find him even if I... Hey, Mr. Fenn, what's the matter? What are you laughing about? It ain't funny. The girl's face, it smashed her. What are you laughing about?
I know. Now I know.
Paper, read all about a hit-and-run driver killed two more. Paper, read all about a hit-and-run driver killed. Paper, mister, which one will it be, sir?
No, I don't want a paper. I want to talk to you. Here.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Thanks. What you want to know?
There was a little accident on this corner yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah, sure. Some dame got her head almost cut off by one of them there hit-and-run guys. See, you should have seen it made me so sick I couldn't eat.
Yes, but that doesn't concern me. What I want to know is, did you see the accident?
You mean the crowd was done it?
Yes.
Well, no, not what you could really say you seen it. No.
Speak up.
Don't get sore. I'm telling you, I was just closing up my stand, ready to go home, seeing I had my back kind of to the street. See, all at once I hears a whoosh and a dame screams and then a whoosh again like one of them there race cars at the speedway like she sees in the newsreels. When I turned, there was a dame dying out there, and honest, mister, the hack's out of sight ready. Oh, ready. I don't see nothing, no, sir.
You don't see nothing.
No, sir. Why, that guy must have been going 100 miles an hour. He ain't even got lights on, no, sir.
You. Hold on there. I want to talk to you.
Are you talking to me, copper?
Oh, wise guy, huh? Listen, you, what's the idea of cross-examining everybody in this neighborhood?
Now, just a minute before you start using that nightstick. You better have a look at this.
Why... Oh, you're a private detective.
Oh, brilliant.
Well, now, how was I supposed to know that...
Well, you know it now. Tell me this. What do you know about the hit-and-run cases in this district?
Oh, that's bad, sir. But what can I do? Drunken rats driving without lights and giving no warning? We'll get 'em tonight, sir. Believe me, we will.
What do you mean?
There's going to be 10 squad cars touring this district.
Just a moment. One question. Have you been hearing any peculiar noises on your beat? Noises like an airplane motor when there wasn't anything in the sky?
Go on now. You're kidding me. Say, look at the time. I better get moving on me beat or the sergeant will be shooting his mouth off. Anything else I could tell you?
Yes. This restaurant we're in front of. Is it a good place to eat?
Yeah. Bill Lewis's place is okay. He's off in Washington, but his wife's running it. Nothing like the Ritz, but it's okay. Well, I'll be seeing you.
You're mistaken.
What'll you have, sir? Nice dinner?
Coffee.
Piece of nice fresh pie? Apple, peach, cherry?
Apple.
Yes, sir, right away.
I beg your pardon.
Where did you come from?
I followed you in. I wish to speak with you.
I don't want to buy anything.
I am not selling. Just like you, I am asking questions.
Eh?
I have been watching you. All afternoon you have been asking many questions.
What's that to you?
I am a Bellini, Dr. Bellini. I live in this neighborhood. I am interested in whatever goes on in it.
Glad to meet you, Doctor. Maybe you can tell me. Have you heard any unusual noises during the late afternoon and evening hours? A noise you couldn't quite locate or explain?
Noises? What noises? You are a detective.
Why do you ask that?
As a physician, I pride myself on my powers of observation. You are a detective, eh, my friend?
Yes.
Then come with me. Do not raise your voice now. This gun in my pocket will kill you. Walk slowly toward the door. Make no noise. Now, open the door and step outside. I advise discretion. I will be close behind you. Now, walk beside me down the street. A gun in your side and you laugh? Why do you laugh? Tell me.
I've been looking for you, Dr. Bellini.
Yeah? Why?
I must know your secret. I must.
Very well. But there is a price to pay.
Price? What is your price?
Death.
Ladies and gentlemen, a breath and a moment for relaxation before we return to the strange story of Bellini and Mr. Fenn, and the secret price of which is death. Yes, before going on with tonight's Lights Out story, a moment for relaxation and a return to the realities of today. For instance, here's a lady with a problem that's facing a lot of us these days.
Life is so hard lately. I feel it's my duty to do war work. Of course, I've got my home and the children to take care of. But how can I keep going when I'm losing weight? Can't eat or sleep. Oh, honestly, I'm so worn out and on edge, I don't know which way to turn.
You have a problem. But the solution may be easier than you think. As simple as more vitamin B and iron.
More vitamin B and iron? I don't understand.
Well, you see, when you don't get enough vitamin B from your food, then your appetite may be so poor that you don't eat enough to keep up your weight and strength. Or your food may not do you the good it should. And when you don't get enough iron from your meals, you may be weak and pale and listless.
But if I do need more vitamin B and iron, then what?
Then try ironized yeast tablets. They're ever so pleasant and easy to take, and they give you both vitamin B and iron. That's why ironized yeast tablets have been of such amazing help to thousands who only needed more of these substances. Help them gain wonderful new pep and strength and 5, 10, even more pounds of good new flesh, often in a few short weeks. Yes, indeed, ma'am. If you need more vitamin B and iron, by all means get ironized yeast tablets. Then see if pretty soon you aren't saying,
What a relief to be doing things again. I've forgotten what tired means. I've gained pounds. And thanks to ironized yeast, I feel wonderful.
And now back to Lights Out. Mark Fenn and Bellini are alone, and the detective is about to hear the secret whose price is death.
So, Now we will not be disturbed, Mr.
Fenn. Mark Fenn.
Mark Fenn. The man who is willing to die to learn my secret.
I'll take my chances. Just tell me, how did you do it?
But first I will ask you questions. You are either a very clever man, Mr. Fenn, or a very lucky one. How did you suspect it was only one man?
I knew. It had to be one man.
But how did you correlate the missing money and the dead in the streets?
30 minutes to collect $500,000 and cover 25 stores. I knew you'd have to move fast. I figured someone would get hurt.
You are very clever.
You did do it, didn't you?
Come, I will show you. You will be the first to know. And the last. Here. Sit here.
Yes.
Now, what do you see in my hand, Mark Fenn?
A bottle. It's full of oil.
Not oil, you blind fool. Power. The key to the world. Listen to me, Mark Fenn. One drop of this and the world is mine. You believe, Mark Fenn? You believe what I tell you?
But what does that stuff do? You've got to tell me.
Speed. That's what it gives. Speed. Faster. Every atom in me faster. You do believe, Mark Fenn. You've got to believe.
But what? I don't understand it. What does that stuff do to you?
Oh, you fool. Why don't you listen?
But,
Speed. That's what it gives me. Speed. Every physical process, every mental activity, it speeds them up 10, 20 times the normal rate. Faster. Every molecule. Listen. The average man walks 3 miles an hour. One drop of this, and I walk 60 miles an hour. Now you know my secret. A chemical which speeds up my activities until I am a god among men. A drop of this, one drop, and I walk and I run and I talk and I think 20 times faster than any other man in the world.
Oh, no, that can't be.
No? Then watch. I drink.
Dr. Bellini. Oh, where are you, Doctor? Where are you? Oh, Bellini.
I've never seen
Bellini, what are you talking about? What are you saying? I don't understand. Stop it. Stop it, I say. Stop it! Bellini, you went away. Where? What happened to you? Why do you talk like that?
I told you all physical, mental processes speed up. Wait a second. Chemical effect will wear off completely.
That stuff, it makes you talk fast, is that it?
There. Effect is worn off. I'm back to normal rate again.
Where did you go? Where?
To prove to you that what I say is true. Look what I have in my hand.
Diamonds. Diamond necklace. Where did you...
From the window of that jewelry store 3 blocks away.
You were there and back in these few seconds?
20 times faster than any man can run, I ran in those few seconds. 20 times faster than any man can think, I thought in those few seconds. Now, do you believe my fact?
It was you moving at 100 miles an hour that knocked down those people and killed them. It was you moving so fast, they were not hurt. Though they were hurt, but not you.
Yes, it was I.
It was you moving so fast they couldn't see you who took that $500,000 in cash from those stores.
Yes, I.
Me too.
You?
Yes, me. All my life I wanted. Bellini, the power you've got now, Bellini, I want it too.
But why? Why should I share it with you?
Because I can help you. Yes, that's it. I can help you. There's so much to do. You can rule the world, but you cannot conquer it alone. You'll need help, and I'll need help. You hear me, Bellini? I'll help you. I'll do anything you say, but you must let me join you. With the dream of all my life coming true. Power like God. Let me join you, Bellini. Let me.
Yes. I need a man like you. Together we will have the world.
And I say to you that this great and unprecedented crime wave which is sweeping our city is due entirely to the unholy alliance of crime and politics. Sweep the culprits out of office, and I tell you that our streets will be safe and
tell you, Mr. Mayor, I'm doing everything I can do. I've sworn in 1,000 extra deputies. I've got the force.
And I tell you, fellow citizens, this alliance of the underworld and their masters can never be broken until we, the people, take matters into our own hands. Like the vigilantes of old, we must rise in our wrath and drive these vampires out of our fair city. Fellow citizens,
Destroy these vampires.
A revolution is plotted.
Unholy alliance of crime and politics. Oh, we have done well in these 10 days, eh, Mark Fenn?
Say we have, lady. $10 million. Nobody in the world ever collected money that fast.
It was good letting you join me.
I told you.
All the places where money is, you know.
But it's not money alone we want, Bellini.
Oh, I know. We have been just, how do you say it, testing our wing.
And now we're ready to go.
Yes. New concentrate of my chemical is ready. Today we have taken the city, tomorrow the world.
The world.
But now, while the city we have left behind us boils in the madness we have brought to it, you and I, we will rest, eh, Fenn? You laugh again. Why?
I was thinking of the fun I had this morning.
Oh, you mean when we liquidated your enemy?
Dead. Every mother son of them. Everyone that ever laughed at me.
Yes, dead, every one of them. And you go on to new triumphs.
They never knew what hit them. That's the only trouble with moving so fast, Bellini.
You mean when you struck them at 50 times the normal rate?
Yes, it was like hitting them with a 6-inch shell. Their skulls smashed in like empty eggs.
And you are disappointed because your revenge was over too quickly, eh, Mark Fenn?
Yes.
What if I were to tell you that my new concentrate, the one we will use tomorrow when we arrive at the seat of your government in Washington, what if I were to tell you that this new concentrate is infinitely more powerful than the one we have been using?
More powerful? How can that be?
Listen, the one we have been using increases the physical and mental rate 20 times. Is that not so?
Yes, talk, walk, run, and think 50 times faster.
So there you have it. With the new concentrate, talk, walk, think, and run an infinite number of times faster than normal.
You mean there's no limit?
No limit.
We'll move faster?
As fast as we'll lie.
Say.
200, 300, 500. The limit will be our desires. A blur of light here, there, the next place. Masters of men. Because compared to us, men are snails who crawl while we run.
Masters of men.
Look, I brought the bottle. The new concentrate.
It looks the same.
Yes. Shall we try some, Mark Fenn?
I don't know.
We must try it sometime.
Yes.
It is the same basic formula as the other.
Sure.
I do not ask you to do what I will not do myself. We will take equal amounts and compare reactions.
How much, Bellini?
2 drops each. I have 2 medicine droppers ready.
Yes.
The moment we swallow the drops, we will move toward you see that barn across the field?
Yes.
We meet there and see how fast we can move. Here are your drops, Mark Fenn. Surely you're not afraid, my friend.
Afraid? Me? Oh, no, of course not. Give me those drops.
We drink together.
Yes.
Mark Fenn.
What?
Mark Fenn.
Bellini. What happened?
I am not quite sure.
The barn. We're lying by the barn.
We did get here. Mark Fenn, your clothes.
My clothes? Well, I'm naked.
I too. Mark Fenn, listen. We moved so quickly through the air, our clothes were torn off.
Yes.
The new concentrate, infinitely more powerful. We moved through the air at a tremendous rate, hundreds of miles.
Bellini.
What?
Your lips, they're not moving, and yet I hear you.
Your lips, they do not move either. And yet I hear you, too. That cannot be.
What is it, Bellini?
Our reactions. The concentrate has speeded them up so intensely we read each other's thoughts. No, do not move.
Why not?
The concentrate, it was too powerful. We must lie quietly until its effects wear off.
Yes, but... Bellini...
Ben, why are you looking at me like that?
Your face.
My face?
Something's happening to it.
What? Speak up. What is wrong with my face? What? Yours.
What?
Your face. Creases in it. Lines.
And yours. That's what's happening to yours. Bellini. I feel... Bellini. What's happening? Tell me.
Age. That is it. Age.
Age?
Age.
What?
We are aging. We are aging.
Aging? What are you talking about?
Concentrate. Our physical reactions, they have been speeded up too much.
Tell me, what's that got to do with...
Listen to me. The concentrate, it has speeded up our life processes to infinity. Every second is aging us a year. Every second.
No, I'm a young man, Bellini. You're lying. I'm not getting older. I'm not.
We are dying, my friend. Dying.
No, you lie, Bellini. I won't die. I won't die.
Dead. And yet the solution works on in his flesh. Decay. No, I cannot die. Master of men, I cannot die. Master of death.
Mr. Oboler, men who move with the speed of light. Now, I ask you...
Well, not exactly with the speed of light, but fast enough. It's all quite possible. But before talking of that and other pertinent matters, a word from you, please, Mr. Martin.
Remember now, friends, if you simply need more vitamin B and iron in order to get back your old-time pep and strength, your zest for living, then by all means try ironized yeast tablets. Try them on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't quickly begin to eat better, sleep better, feel much stronger, more alive, yes, and if you're not convinced that ironized yeast tablets will help you gain the pounds of good new flesh you need, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by the Ironized Yeast Company, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Remember, too, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the big IY on the package and on each tablet. And now, Mr. Oboler, what is this about human beings moving as fast as light?
Well, rather than talk of that, I'd like to speak to all of you of something that's as real as the air you're breathing right now. You know, if we could put a little lights-out fantasy into the war, all we'd have to do to get more ships and planes and guns for our fighting men would be inject some of Bellini's wonderful speed-up serum in the arms of our workers. But the Japs and the Nazis aren't fighting this war with mere fantasy. They're using real bombs and bullets. And the only way to get more of the weapons of war into the hands of the men fighting and dying for us is for more of those who are not working at war jobs to get into war industry. Your work can help win this war. If you live in an area where there's a shortage of workers in the nearby war plants, get a war job. Go to your local United States Employment Service office. They'll tell you where to get free training courses and where you can be of most help. Remember, That's only if you already live in a production center that's short of workers. If you don't now live in such a place, don't move to one. See your United States Employment Service branch for information about future war jobs, which will be open to outsiders later after the acute housing and transportation problems have been solved in these crowded centers. Now, the surest way to put a Jap in the White House, yes, a Jap in the White House, and a Nazi at your front door is to expect the other fella to win the war for you. So, if you're in a position to get a war job, get one as soon as possible. To work for victory is just another way of fighting for it.
Thank you, Mr. Oboler. And now, what about next week?
Well, next week a story I've been trying to write for almost 2 years. I started to write it for a broadcast with Norma Shearer a couple of years ago, but it just didn't write. Then I tried to write it for Betty Davis and Miriam Hopkins, but each of the broadcasts had to be changed because this particular play just didn't work out in my mind. Well, at last the typewriter's been good to me, and the dictaphone has done its part, and the stenographer has done her work, and it's all on paper. Its title, The Mirror. The story? Oh, but as usual, that's next week.
Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Oboler's weird story of The Mirror. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. The one and only ironized yeast. With the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
A smooth, comfortable shave. That's what you want from a shaving cream. And, brother, that's what you get with Mole Brushless Shaving Cream. Mole forms a protective film between your skin and your razor. Gives your razor something to ride on. Helps guard your face against nicks and cuts. The result? A smooth, comfortable shave. So get Mole, M-O-L-L-E, Mole. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
To us, time is a leisurely thing. But there are a few, a very few, who split their seconds carefully, knowing that each minute part may sometimes be of vast importance. Bad timing in a boxer may forfeit a champion's crown, and good timing in a racehorse can win or lose a fortune. But there is one man to whom an instant is always the narrow margin between life and sudden death. He is the matador, the fighter of bulls, the idol of the masses when he is good, the object of insulting scorn when bad. He is a man who makes his living with the cape and the sword, and he never forgets he is always a tenth of a second from the grave.
Buenos dias, senors. Permit me the honor of an introduction. I am Don Miguel Jose de Ibarra, formerly a matador of distinction, now a breeder of brave and distinguished bulls. My English is not so bad, no? This is because I have learned it very well, and I speak in this language as often as possible. But in any language, the name of Don Miguel is a household word, for my stock has proven its courage in the bull rings from Spain to Lima and back to Mexico. The trail of dollars have made me wealthy, and although I am now too slow and fast to enter the ring as a torero, the thrill of the corrida has never left my blood. This, then, is the reason I became involved with Pedro. See, the same Pedro Villancho who became the greatest matador of the last decade. Only, when I met him first, he was a weak-looking youth who called on me at my breeding ranch and awoke me from an excellent sleep at midnight.
Senor Ibarra?
Si?
I'm Pedro Villancho, senor.
Well?
I have come from the city a long way, senor, to see you.
I've never heard of Pedro Villancho, and I'm too tired to talk to him.
Senor, please don't close the door. It is very important.
Why do you speak to me in English?
Because I have been told it would please you.
And where did you learn your English?
From my mother, senor. Her father was an American.
And why do you come here at this hour in the night in your rags to disturb me?
Because you are the greatest breeder of fighting bulls in the world, senor. And because you have been a master with the sword.
Your tongue has oil on it. Come inside.
Gracias, senor.
Now, explain yourself. My time is short.
Senor Ibarra, I want to learn to be a matador.
A matador. A matador, you.
Not bad, senor.
Even the birds are loving me, amigo. You want to be a matador, eh? See, so do thousands of boys in Spain and thousands more in Mexico.
But I have something to offer.
How you know? And what is that? Your skinny legs, your dirty fingers. To be a matador, one must be a man.
I have practiced with the cape and sword for many years, senor, since I was a child. All I need now is the hand and the knowledge of a master. And perhaps I will show you another Joselito.
See, and perhaps I will show you the door.
Senor, if you will spare me 5 minutes and come out to the corral.
My corral?
See, I have been practicing there.
Practicing with my bulls? You fool, do you want to ruin them? Don't you know that they are never shown the cape until they enter the ring?
I only made a few passes with one, senor. The big black one with the eyes that flash like the devil.
You mean Vibora? The viper?
If that was his name, senor.
What do you mean, was?
Come with me, senor, and I will show you.
He took me out to my corral, where Vibora was quartered. Vibora, the bull that was built like a steam engine. The moon was bright and the corral was quiet. Vibora was lying just outside the pen.
There he is, senor.
See, there he is, and I wish now I were asleep as he is.
You do not wish that, senor, for he is not asleep. The bull says...
What?
Look for yourself, senor.
He is dead. How did you assassinate him?
I did not assassinate him, Senor Ibarra. I killed him honorably. I placed the banderillas myself. I found him in the barn with the sword. I played him with the kid for 12 minutes. After I placed it out, I killed him with an estocada.
It is impossible.
The sword is well placed, senor.
No horses. No picadores. One of my best bulls that you killed.
You will forgive me, senor, for taking the liberty, but I will repay you for the bull when I make my first appearance in the ring. I want you to manage me, Senor Ibarra. I want you to make me the greatest matador who ever lived. Will you do it?
Very well, Pedro. I will get you. Bueno, Pedro.
Tell Miguel, have I learned my lesson?
You've learned it well, Pedro. You are now ready for your debut in the provinces. Your debut in the capital depends on how well you do there. However, I have bad news for you.
Bad news?
I will not be able to accompany you on your tour. I must make a trip away on urgent business.
That is too bad, Don Miguel.
You don't seem to be very disturbed by the news.
Why should I be disturbed? My technique is perfect, and no bull can frighten me.
So you can do without me now, huh? I teach you all you know, and this is your thanks.
I will repay you for your instruction. From now on, I need no help from anyone.
Soon after I left the country, and remained away for half a year. Now and then I would receive reports concerning Pedro. And I learned of his amazing triumphs in the ring. His attitude when we parted would have angered me for many months. Had it not been for a little triumph of my own. For I met Doris, a young and beautiful Doris. And my life from that point on had reached its peak.
You're a wonderful dancer, Miguel.
So I was even fine with my youth.
You're still a very young man.
Now she will tell you that. You are very proud.
Sit down, Miguel.
I would like to go where we can talk. The garden is empty.
Mm-hmm. Well, then let's find a cozy seat.
You are very lovely, Doris. Lovelier than any woman I have ever met. Do you know that?
Miguel.
You are a woman, Doris, who deserves a perfect setting. Like some fantastic emerald. In my country, I am a man of some importance, and I'm rich. Perhaps you might find a younger man more handsome, but you will never meet one who is so willing to make you happy and give you everything you ever wanted.
Are you asking me to marry you, Miguel?
Yes. Does it shock you?
Shock me?
I love you, Doris. No. There is nothing in the world I wouldn't do to have you and to keep you. If you would just give your consent.
What makes you think that I'm in love with you?
That is unimportant.
Are you sure?
I know I could make you happy. And just having you with me for the rest of my life is enough. I am not young. I have my faults. But what I offer you outweighs them all. There is one thing I demand in return.
And what is that?
Honor in my country is more important than life itself. The pride we feel in our names and in our families. If you accept me, you must promise never to break that honor in any way. Will you give me your answer tomorrow, Doris?
You can have my answer now, Miguel. And the answer is yes.
Within a month, my new bride and I were back on the ranch, which she began to roar like the queen I knew she was meant to be. Oh, I was happy. Happier than I have ever been in my life. But sometimes happiness can be a prelude to despair.
Miguel.
You beloved?
Who's Pedro Villancia?
Why do you ask?
Oh, I heard the servants talking about it a little while ago. They seem to idolize him.
Villancia is a matador.
A good one?
As good as I could make him.
Then you know him.
You see.
What's he like?
He is handsome, skillful, and courageous. He is also vain, egotistical, vulgar, conceited, loud, and stupid.
He sounds interesting. I should like to see him fight.
But you said you don't like it, do I?
I like it when it's done well. The Pedro should not be disappointing. Will you take me?
Si, carissima. I will take you this Sunday. Oh, he fights with skill. No, see, he would eat the bull alive for an extra round of applause.
It's getting over the cat.
See, and no one kills the way Pedro does. Oh, watch him now as he throws here and goes in with his sword. Sure. He will bore you, Doris. When he's out of the ring, he's a conceited fool.
Oh, please have him up. I've never met a matador in my life. It might be fun. Oh, will you do that for me, darling? Will you invite him over?
When you ask for something, Doris, I can't deny you. Pedro will appear at our home tomorrow night.
If you're a registered nurse or about to become one, why not investigate the opportunities open to nurses in the United States Air Force Reserve? Assignment opportunities are available now for flight nurses in the Aeromedical Evacuation Reserve Program. Visit or write the 945th Military Airlift Group, Hill Air Force Base, Utah, or phone 777-3330. Most of us can never know when death will strike. To the sick, it may come at midnight. To the soldier at the break of dawn. But the fighter of bulls is always aware that death may eventually greet him before the sun has set.
Good evening, Don Miguel. Good evening. Your invitation was a great surprise. I thought that you were angry with me. One can never be angry with an artist, Pedro, when one has a great respect for the art. I have come far since last we met. I am aware of that.
Good evening.
Pedro, Senora Ibarra. This is Pedro Villancio, Doris.
How do you do?
An honor, Senora.
You have no idea how thrilled I am to meet you. I thought you were wonderful in the ring yesterday afternoon.
If I had known you were there, Senora, I would have dedicated my second stool to you.
Oh. Promise me you'll do that the next time I come.
You have my word for it.
Would you like to show before dinner, darling?
That sounds very good.
Thank you for this service. Excuse me.
She is a beautiful woman, Young. What was her age to do it? Nothing, Miguel. I was merely thinking. That's all. He was thinking. And so was I. When a fighting bull is bad, he's bad for one of three reasons. He's either lame, or cowardly, or blind. Perhaps this may also apply to a man in love. But I am not lame, senor, nor cowardly, nor am I blind. I could see that Pedro was stealing my wife. And to me, that meant my end. And I am not quite so stupid as he was. You are Pedro Viancho's confidential servant, Juan de Palma. Si, Don Miguel. And you are present before the fight when the bulls are paired and chosen by lot.
Si. When the papers are marked and placed in the hat, I picked on Pedro's bulls for the afternoon.
Why not? I have contracted to supply 6 bulls for the corrida on the 27th.
Oh, Pedro is fighting then.
Si. One of these bulls is El Cuchillo, a prize I have bred myself. His weight is half a ton, and his bravery is only matched by the length of his horns. I want to make certain Pedro wins El Cuchillo. Very certain. It seems to me that a man with intelligence and skill could arrange to choose the right slip of paper for his matador when the time arrives. A little sleight of hand, perhaps. It can be done.
Don Miguel, if I am discovered, it will be my finish.
Juan, how would you like to retire from the ring?
Retire?
With $100,000 American dollars as a pension.
What are you planning, senor?
Can I trust you?
Si.
If you repeat this to anyone, you are finished, Palmer. As a torero, and as a man.
I will not breathe a word. I swear it.
A few days before El Cuchillo is shipped to the capital to fight, I will play with him myself with the cape.
What?
I will get him used to the cape and the muleta. He will be a wise animal, Del Palmer. A very wise animal when he faces Pedro.
Don Miguel, that is murder. No bull can fight twice. Second time, he is sure to go for the man and not the cape.
Exactly.
No. This I can't agree to.
Palmer, look. I have the money here. The money to make you rich. Will you take it?
Si, Don Miguel. I will take it.
I waited until 1 week before Pedro's corrida, and then I dismissed my ranch hands. I wanted to be alone when I told El Cuchillo how much nicer it feels to drive his horn into a man and not into an empty cape. He responded well to my passes. He was a brave and powerful bull. And finally, in the midst of the Veronica, I realized that El Cuchillo had at last learned the difference between a cape and the matador who held it. You ready to leave, Doris? The fight begins at 4.
Miguel, I don't think I'd enjoy the bullfight today.
But Pedro is fighting. It is his last performance for the season. And I have supplied my finest bulls.
I just think it would be better if I didn't go.
Why?
Miguel, there's something I've been wanting to talk to you about for quite a while. It concerns you and me and Pedro.
Look now, Doris. I don't want to hear about it now. First, we will go to the fight. And you can tell me what you want to tell me later. The corrida today may change your mind.
Change my mind about what?
Many things. I love you, Doris. More than life itself. I can forgive you for anything, and I would do anything to keep you.
Miguel,
I insist, Doris, that we leave for the plaza now.
very well, Miguel. I'm ready when you are.
This boy is for him, El Cuchillo, an excellent specimen.
Why don't you have to change it?
The boy?
He's standing in the center of the ring. He doesn't rush like all the others.
Maybe this one is smarter than the other. We shall see, Doris. Very shortly. It was plain to see that the bull had not yet gotten used to the ring and the crowd. And when he charged in the usual manner. But to the eyes of an expert, his hooking was dangerous. Now came Pedro. He managed to perform an excellent series of passes with the cape. And the guard doors rode out on their horses. It was here that the bull began to remember. And it was here that it became 1,200 pounds of death on the hook. They are ready to place the bandilla.
The bull seems fresh still.
This one is a dangerous animal. Pedro will have to take care.
You understand. As if you'd like to kill him.
Perhaps I would. Yes, shouldn't I? He tried to steal you, didn't he? For all I know, he's already succeeded.
Oh, please, that was what I was trying to tell you before, Miguel. Before we left the house.
But he's already won your doors.
He never tried to win me, and he never could. Pedro was your friend, Miguel, no matter how conceited you think he is. When he knew that he'd fallen in love with me, he said he was going away.
He told you that?
He knows how happy I am with you, darling. He would rather die than come between us. This is his farewell performance, Miguel. He will never come to this country again.
He was going away. He was not... Poor Juan de Palma. How could he be such a fool? Why did he go into the ring? One knew.
You what, Miguel?
Speak it, Doris.
Where are you going?
Here you are. I'm going to ask the authorities to stop the fight. Guard, send to the authorities. Get me through this mob.
Relax, senor. We allow no one to enter the bar. Watch the finish, senor. There is a matador who is worthy of his hire.
But you don't understand.
Look how his paw feels. His hand is as steady as an iron rail.
The bull will kill him. He will die beneath the horn.
Now he is in. And Pedro is down. His sword is gone.
It has hit the woman.
The woman?
Doris.
See, Pedro had been gored. Gored so he would never recover. But as he went in to kill the bull, the point of his sword struck solid bone. Like a shaft of rubber, I saw it burn. Then it flew from his hand into the stand, pinning my beautiful Doris against her chair.
You've just gotten out of the service. You've been home for a while, and you want to start thinking about your life and how you can get it going in the right direction. Okay, here's something to think about. The National Guard has a Try-One program for prior servicemen. You join for a year. You get extra money you can use for school or that new car. And you can get further training you can use for a civilian job. If you're a prior serviceman, ask about the Try-One program in the Army and Air National Guard.
Retribution reaps its own reward. And if I may be permitted to paraphrase once more, I would say this. Though the mills of death grind slowly, yet they grind exceedingly small. Though with patience, death stands waiting with exactness, grinds he all.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time. Written by Lawrence Key, Hart McGuire narrates as The Clock. As Miguel, Doris, and Pedro, we heard Owen Weingott, Moira Redmond, and Leon Pierce, together with Al Garcia as Juan. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Dear Roger.
It was a strange meal they ate together that evening, full of long, awkward silences, both of them making useless attempts at light conversation, trying to fill in the gaps. Anne Martin looked across at her husband. She tried to smile, to make this dinner like all the others. She knew that the dread in the back of her mind had made the atmosphere tense, that Phil had sensed it somehow. At 20 minutes of 7, he put down his fork.
It's no use, darling. I guess I'm just not hungry tonight.
How about some coffee?
No.
Phil,
Yes?
is something bothering you, darling?
Well, what makes you ask that?
Well, I don't know, dear. You seem a little strange tonight, and I just thought that...
What did you think?
Well, I thought you might be worried or something.
I wonder what it is.
What, Phil?
I wonder what it is that gives a woman the power to pull something out of the air like that. I thought I could put it past you. I guess I should have known better.
Please tell me.
I am worried, Anne. I'm terribly worried.
What's wrong?
I didn't want to tell you until it was all over. It'll probably be in the papers in a few days, though. Darling, the next 10 days are going to be the most important days in our lives.
But I don't understand.
Number one, it looks very much like I'm going to resign as district attorney.
Resign?
Yes. The governor's about decided he has a job for me. In Washington.
Why, Phil, you mean you...
Yes. United States Senator, dear. Since Senator White passed away, it's up to the governor to appoint a man to fill out White's term.
Well, that's wonderful, darling. I don't know what to say.
It's off the record at the moment, of course. It'll be the beginning for us, Anne. Or, maybe not.
What do you mean, maybe not?
Well, there are people who don't want to see me get that appointment, Anne.
Why?
A lot of reasons. All of them political.
Is that why you're worried, Phil?
And they've come to me several times now. They've tried to bribe me, buy me off, threaten me. They'll go to any lengths to ruin me unless I refuse to accept that appointment. You see, it's their necks or mine, and they know it. They're powerful, Anne, got influence. If they could find one grain of scandal in my past, or yours for that matter, they'd... What's the matter, Anne?
Nothing, Phil, no. Nothing.
I told them to go ahead, Anne. I told them to do their darndest. We have nothing to hide, have we?
No, Phil. We have nothing to hide.
And that's the second time you lied to him, isn't it, Anne? Nothing to hide. Nothing except an appointment at 8 o'clock you told him was at the dressmaker's. It makes sense now, doesn't it, Anne? The phone call from Roger Henderson this afternoon. His insistence that you come to his apartment tonight on the other side of town at 8 to talk over old times. So now you know why. And as you ring the bell of his apartment, you know this appointment is going to decide everything, one way or the other.
Well, my dear Mrs. Martin, how nice of you to be on time. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Roger.
You must excuse my apartment. Really a nice place, of course. Good location, excellent view of the river. Lacking only the woman's touch. Please sit down. Cigarette?
I'd rather not, thanks.
Oh, you don't smoke. You've included that with your other reforms, of course.
Please get to the point, Roger. Why did you want me to come here?
Don't be impatient, my dear. After all, it's been so long since I've had the pleasure of your company. Let me see, it's 9 years now? Yes, 9 years next month. In Switzerland, wasn't it? St. Moritz. Heavy snowfall that year. You wanted me to teach you to ski.
I didn't come here to reminisce.
And you're married now. Fine husband. Politically ambitious, too. Tell me, Anne, does he love you as much as I did?
You're being awfully cruel, Roger.
That's hardly the thing for you to say. You see, Anne, for 9 years now I've thought of you. Remembered you as the cruelest woman I ever met in my life.
I tried to explain it to you, Roger. You wouldn't listen. I tried to tell you I couldn't marry you. I didn't love you, that's all. It wouldn't have been fair to either of us, don't you see?
It was still cruel.
But it was just as hard for me. I know how you felt, but it was the only way.
You did love me, Anne. You told me.
Well, I was young. I didn't know what I was doing.
That's not what you said in your letters.
The letters? You kept them.
Of course I kept them.
That's why you called me here, isn't it? Roger, where are those letters?
I'm planning another trip abroad, Anne. A rather long trip. I dislike leaving loose ends behind me.
You'll return them to me.
Let's put it in another way. I'll leave on my trip after I give you the letters.
I don't understand.
Oh, dear Anne. I did hope you'd grown wiser.
You want something for those letters. What is it?
You're so businesslike, Anne, dear. Almost as much so as that man who came here this afternoon. A very convincing chap who deplores the coming appointment of your husband to the Senate. It's all so strange, Anne. He seems to know about the letters, too.
But, Roger, you wouldn't do that, would you? It's not like you. You think too much of me.
Haven't tasted a bit, have you?
Oh, please, Roger, it's not for my self-believing. It's Philip. I love him. If anything happened to him, to his career,
What would you do? I'm interested.
I don't think I could go on living.
You do love him, don't you?
He's the only thing in the world, Roger.
I almost believe you. Even though I seem to remember you telling me that once.
I can't say any more. I've tried to explain to you so many times. You'd never understand.
All right, Anne. We'll get your letters.
Thank you, Roger.
It'll cost you $10,000.
$10,000?
In cash. To arrive here by messenger not later than 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
But where can I
managed to check your personal account. It comes to approximately $11,200.58. You should be grateful I'm generous enough to allow you the balance.
But how can I explain away all that money to Phil? Don't you see?
Perhaps you'd better explain everything to him. Now, I'm sure he'll understand that the organization opposing him will pay 10 times that price.
But he mustn't know, Roger. He mustn't know. All right, Roger, I'll get the money for you. Some way.
With the prologue of Dear Roger, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Since this is the first program of the new year, it occurred to me you might like to look in and get a little better acquainted with the organization that brings you The Whistler and those fine Signal Oil products. It all started not long after World War I, when a small group of young Westerners got together to form their own independent oil company, Signal Oil Company. In the face of what seemed overwhelming competition, those determined young men succeeded in bringing to Western motorists the first anti-knock gasoline at regular prices. Being independent themselves, they naturally sold Signal gasoline only through independent service stations. Just a handful of them at that time. But motorists liked Signal products, liked them so well that the Signal organization grew and grew until today independent Signal dealers serve 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Now, obviously, there must be good reasons why so many motorists have switched to Signal. And there are. One, at Signal stations you find the tops in gasoline, lubricants, and fine quality automotive accessories, backed by Signal's 16-year tradition of quality. And 2, you enjoy more thorough, more conscientious service, because Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, have more incentive to serve you better. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Anne. You know there's only one thing to do now. Roger must get his money. The letters must be returned and destroyed. And you must worry about explaining to Phil later. There's too much at stake, Anne. Phil's career, your marriage. Everything depends on the return of those letters. At 11 the next morning, you finish typing a note.
Roger, I shall be waiting for the messenger who carries this package to you to return with the papers from your collection.
You insert it in the package of bills you drew from the bank an hour ago. Give it to the messenger waiting at the door. There's nothing to do now but wait. But there's no answer. The messenger doesn't return. At 6 in the evening, the doorbell rings, and you rush to the door to find Phil home early for dinner. By 9 o'clock, you're sure Roger is double-crossing you. That's the one thing he wants more than money, to wreck your marriage. But it's too late in the evening to do anything. You make an excuse to Phil and go to bed. By morning, you've made a decision. After Phil has left for work, you slip his small automatic into your handbag, leave the house, and hail a taxi. It's 9 o'clock when the cab turns the corner into Rogers Street and moves toward his apartment.
That's the apartment right up there, lady. Riverside Arms.
Yes, I know, driver. Please, hurry.
Gotta take it easy. Look at that crowd up there. Clear out into the street.
Right in front of the apartment. What's wrong?
You got me, lady. Looks like an accident or something.
Hey, you, taxi! Move along! You're blocking the street!
Got a fare here, officer.
Better pull down there around the corner there.
What's the matter, officer?
A man's been murdered, ma'am.
Murdered?
Yeah, move along now.
Oh, wait a minute, please, wait. Who's been murdered, officer?
A guy who lives in that apartment. Fellow named Roger Henderson.
It's almost too much to take, Anne. The strain of yesterday, a sleepless night. Now the single terrible fact that Roger Henderson is dead. That now the letters will come to light. There's a strange dizziness in your head, a half-sick feeling in your stomach. Things begin to fade. The whole world gets dark around the edges.
Whoa, lady, where to now? Hey, where do you want to go to now, lady? If you like, we could go around by way of Park Street or... Hey, what's the matter, lady? Something wrong? You look kind of pale. Like you're going to pass out. Hey, wait!
Take it easy now. Another sniff of this ammonia. I know it's nasty stuff, but it does the trick. Breathe deep now. Now, lean back and relax for a minute. You're all right.
What happened?
It's all right, Mrs. Martin. You just pulled a faint in that taxi cab.
Where am I?
In my apartment. My name's Joe Burton.
How did you know my name?
It's my business to know people's names. I'm a private detective.
Go on.
You weren't the only one this Henderson guy was blackmailing, Mrs. Martin. I've been working on him for 14 months. I got a nervous client. It seems Mr. Henderson had some of her stationery, too, all cluttered up with the wrong remarks. That's how I happened to be outside the apartment when I heard he'd been knocked off. Saw you pull up in a taxi, pull that swing, and presto, here you are.
Why did you take me here? What do you want?
Suspicious creature, aren't
I
you?
have reason to be.
You better let down the bar. You can use a guy like me.
What do you mean?
I think I can get your letters for you.
Where are they?
It's a funny thing, isn't it? I can get you off the spot, and I think you can do the same for me. You were in Switzerland in 1937 with Henderson, weren't you?
Well, what's that got to do with it?
He was blackmailing my client at the same time. Someone was collecting for him over here.
But he never told me anything about...
Think back, Mrs. Martin. It's important. Believe me, this dame is as desperate as you are. Still don't trust me, huh? All right. Take a look at this. Now, let's see. I shall be waiting for the messenger who carries this package to you.
The money.
$10,000 worth. Is that all it was?
Where did you get it?
In the valise Henderson checked last night down at the railroad station. A pal of mine runs the check room. Go ahead, take it.
Take it.
It's yours, isn't it?
Yes, it's mine.
Do you trust me now?
Yes, I guess I do.
Good. Now, suppose you let your hair down.
Well, you said you knew where the letters were.
I think so.
Let's try to find them. If we fail, I'll tell you everything. I'll do anything to help you. You've simply got to understand, Mr. Burton. I must have those letters.
All right. There was a small walnut nightstand in Henderson's bedroom, brass lock on the front. The cleaning woman says she's seen him put papers in there. I think they're the right ones. We'll check with her again in the morning.
Why not now?
The place is calling with police.
Oh, yes, of course.
What time? 10 be all right?
All right. 10 o'clock.
Yes, Anne, you've got to trust him. There's no one else to turn to now. You arrive home to find the phone ringing. It's Phil saying he'll be working late. But it's not until after 11 when he quietly walks into the bedroom that you realize what he's working on.
Wake, darling?
Yes, Phil.
I'm sorry I'm so late. That Henderson murder's thrown the organization into an uproar.
Henderson?
Yeah. Thought you might have seen it in the papers. The governor wants me to handle the case personally. Says it'll make great publicity just before the appointment.
Still an ordinary murder case.
Oh, that's just it. There's more to this one than meets the eye. This guy Henderson was a professional blackmailer mixed up with the wife of some political bigwig. They've got a report on him a mile long. No names yet. The guy's too careful.
But still, darling, I don't want you involved in this sort of thing. It might be dangerous. Don't you see?
Oh, forget it, Angel. This is going to be my last one. I want to make this one big.
You started to tell him, Anne. Caught yourself just when you felt you couldn't hold it back any longer. Somehow you know you've got to stand it for another day, long enough to give Burton his chance. The next morning, the two of you arrive at the apartment building, wait for an opportunity to slip around through the corridor to the door with a brass nameplate on it. Mrs. Mooner, manager. A tight-lipped individual, Mrs. Mooner, until Burton slips her a $10 bill. Then it seems she can't say enough.
Mr. Burton, I do the cleaning up there occasionally, and I'd remember a nightstand if there was one.
I know it was there, Mrs. Mooner. Black walnut with red plastic knobs.
Wait a minute.
It was on the side of the bed toward the door.
Oh, but that wasn't a nightstand. That was a Vicky cabinet. He kept it locked all the time. The leg was loose. Mr. Henderson always told me to be careful of it, and...
And what?
Well, a repairman came around to the door yesterday. I remembered the cabinet.
You gave it to him?
Yes. He took it to his shop. I've got the address right here.
A liquor cabinet? Who picked it up?
I don't know who picked it up.
It was black walnut, red plastic knob.
Brass lock on the front.
You sure the man left this address?
Let's not go through that again. I told you.
Wait. Sure.
Sure, that's what it is. Red done it again. The guy had red hair, didn't he?
I don't know what color hair he had.
I fired him last week. He's been going around town picking up furniture and selling it.
Where can I find him?
Just a minute, I'll write it down.
Look, a red-haired fella came in here yesterday and sold you a liquor cabinet. I just talked to him.
We see it around the floor anywhere?
Oh, look, what about that one?
Where?
Right over there, next to the sofa. See?
Now we're getting somewhere. Come on.
I'm awfully sorry that one's not for sale.
Why not?
Well, it's locked, and we've got to get a key man here to open it. It needs some repairs.
I'll worry about that. Give me that paper knife, Mrs. Munn.
Oh, here you are.
Now.
Wait a second. You can't do that.
I'm paying for it, pal. Now.
Empty.
Yeah. I guess he was one jump ahead of us. Well, how much for it, pal?
$20.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you. Well, aren't you going to take it along?
I'll send for it later. Well?
What do we do now?
I guess we go back to my apartment. Talk for a while. Start all over again.
Yes, Anne. There's nothing to do now but start from the beginning again. But you know in your heart it's almost hopeless. That somewhere someone has those letters and plans to use them against you. But you've made up your mind to try, to keep trying until you're sure there's no hope. An hour later, the two of you are sitting over a table in his apartment. He lights his cigarette, leans back, waiting.
Now, you understand, Mrs. Martin, why you have to tell me all you know about Henderson?
Yes.
How's your morale?
Not too high, I'm afraid.
Suppose you start from the first, huh? It won't take us long.
Who's that?
I don't know. I'm in a hurry. Get into the closet over there.
Hello, Burton.
Well, Mr. Martin. Hello, D.A.
Mind if I come in?
I'm a little busy.
It's important.
What's on your mind?
A lot of routine stuff. A murder, mostly. A fellow named Roger Henderson. Know anything about it?
No, what?
I think you do. I think you killed him night before last at 11 o'clock.
Funny, I'd swear I was with a guy named Joe Rocker at the time.
So did he. Until we broke him down. He spilled it. Right from the beginning. Put up your hands, Burton. Ah. A 38. The boys in the laboratory will be interested in this.
You back on the homicide detail, D.A.?
On this one I am. I was interested the minute I found out you are hired by the mob that's after my neck. They offered you $100,000, didn't they, Burton?
You seem to know everything. Why don't you answer that one?
We can do an awful lot of close guessing. Henderson was in the middle somewhere, wasn't he? Some woman he was putting the bite on, a package of letters you were after on the night you killed him. You made a mistake, though, Burton. The woman had nothing to do with me. I never saw her in my life. You can tell her to come out of that closet now.
What makes you think?
Cigarette with lipstick in the ashtray there, still burning. And another thing, unless I'm mistaken, the table here. Ah, dictaphone. Recording machine in the next room, eh? You still say she isn't here?
Why don't you take a look?
All right. I will. Anne.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. You hear that? Just another New Year's resolution being broken. But there's one I hope you won't break, and that's the one we made on last week's Whistler. To try, just try, signal gasoline in your car. Because seriously, friends, there are real advantages for the driver who powers his car with Signal. Not only because Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline, But now that the government has removed its limitations on the amount of lead used in gasoline, the quality of today's signal is at an all-time high. You see, it's this extra quality, the extra efficiency today's signal gasoline gets from your motor that gives you those quick starts, fast pickups, and smooth knock-free power. Yes, and it's these same quality features a gasoline must have for extra driving pleasure that also give you extra mileage. Mileage you can measure with your speedometer. For proof, just switch to Signal for a few fillings. Let the performance of your own car show you what more and more drivers are discovering. In gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
You move like an automaton for the next hour, Anne. Too confused and frightened to think clearly. Following Phil's instructions to leave the building by the side entrance, take a taxi home and meet him there. It's only after you arrive home and relax quietly for a while in a chair by the fireplace that your mind stops spinning. You close your eyes and try to forget everything. Phil is bending over you as you open them again.
Phil?
Anne, how are you?
I don't know, Phil. It's been terrible. I've done an awful thing.
Relax, darling. Don't try to talk.
What can I say, Phil?
Don't say anything.
Are you going to ask me any questions?
No. No questions.
Did you find me in a murderer's apartment? The blackmail? Everything? No questions, huh?
When you love someone like I love you, Anne, you don't ask questions.
I've got to tell you everything. Right from the beginning.
That's it, eh?
Yes, that's it. I was only trying to protect you, darling. I know it's hopeless now.
It's far from hopeless, Angel. We're stronger now than we ever were before. They'll never open their traps with a number one boy up on a murder charge. And that doesn't matter now, Anne. Nothing matters except you and me.
Not even your career.
Not even my career. Oh, I almost forgot. There was a note for you waiting in the mailbox when I got home tonight.
Oh, that's strange. Look. To be delivered January 6th. Dear Anne, by the time you receive this, I will be well on my way out of the country. I promised you I'd return the letters to you. I'm sorry to say I can't return. You see, there aren't any letters. I destroyed every one of them 9 years ago when I first received. Have fun with your charming husband, Anne. It's such a short lifetime, isn't it? Fine. Roger and...
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Lorene Tuttle and William Johnstone. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Stuart Novin, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The Choice.
When the door of his office opened, Mark Fallon didn't have to turn away from the window to know that it was Harry Cheng coming in for more of the vouchers. It had happened so often during the past 5 weeks that the sound of Cheng's shuffling walk was sandpaper on Mark's nerves. So instead of turning, he sat for a moment, looking out through the gold lettering that spelled Wu Feng Importing Company on the window, looking down onto Grant Avenue, where they were putting up the first decorations for the Chinese New Year celebration. Then, when he was sure he had enough control to make his approach seem casual, he idly swung in his chair and faced the little bookkeeper.
Oh, hello, Chang. You back again?
Yes. Mr. Wu said I could check some items on one of the files. Is it all right with you?
Sure. Mr. Wu's orders. I'm only the office manager here. But I'm afraid Sammers was locked up for the night.
Then perhaps you'd rather I waited till morning.
Oh, makes no difference to me. I'll get Samuel. Sammy, bring in the keys, will you? Harry Cheng wants to get something out of the files. Yeah. He'll be right in.
Thank you.
Forget it. By the way, how's your research coming?
Research?
Oh, sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. But everybody knows you're going through the files systematically, and everybody knows why.
My brother didn't steal that money from the company, Mr. Fallon. If I can find the evidence that will get him out.
Yeah, sure, I know. Only the jury said he was guilty, Chang. Oh, come on in, Samuel.
Yes. Oh, hello, Chang. More files?
If you please.
Oh, sure. Let me see now. You want the Carter file.
How did you know that, Mr. Samuel?
Samuel's just happened to notice that the last file you had out was Carson, C-A-R-S, C-A-R-T. Carter'd be next.
Yeah, that's it. Unless you're taking to skipping around the alphabet.
I didn't think of skipping around. But perhaps it is a good idea, if you don't mind.
Huh? Well, no. No, we don't mind. What file do you want?
I think I will start on Randall.
Randall? Well, sure. Samuel's getting Randall.
Yeah, right away. Oh, here we are. Will that do it?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you both. Good night.
Good night, Chang. Sap, you stupid. What did you have to do that for?
So what? What did I do?
Why did you have to suggest that he start skipping around?
So what? He took Randall, didn't he? The law of averages will take care of it.
Sure. And the same law's liable to make him put his hands in that phony McAllister file any day. You may want to change places with Harry Cheng's brother in prison, but I don't.
Mark, you're making something out of nothing. Tell you I fix those books so they'll never spot anything.
They got by the trial investigation, didn't they?
Yeah, but they won't get by Harry Cheng.
I'll give you odds on that.
Forget the odds. On this deal, nothing will do but a sure thing.
Okay, but there's no place to talk about it. Somebody's liable to walk in. Maybe tonight we should...
Yeah, tonight. We talk tonight. If we don't want to wind up with a number for a name, we better talk fast.
Yes, Mark, the time for fast talking has come sooner than you expected. But then, you should have known you were in for trouble the day Harry Cheng started going through those records. When it was ABC, you had time before he'd reached Samuel's forgeries in the McAllister account. But now it's almost as if you could feel his fingers around your throat already. And something else you've noticed. Samuel's is calm about it. Almost too calm. And when he comes across the hall to your apartment later that evening, he brings his girlfriend, Lena, with him.
Well, Mark, darling, what is this? No drink? No bright thing?
Don't mind him, Lena. He just knows his own scotch better than we do.
I had a couple of drinks before you came. I didn't know this was going to be a social evening.
And that takes care of little Lena. Excess baggage again.
Forget it. We didn't have anything important to talk about anyhow.
No, not a thing.
Well, how about it? Do I get thrown out or do I get another drink?
You got another drink, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Yeah?
I come to talk to Samuels.
Samuels? Oh, you got the wrong place. He lives across the hall.
I rung across the hall. He ain't there. I knew you was his pal. I want to talk to him.
Well, he might drop by later. What was it about?
I'll talk to him. You know, Radigan ain't going to like being stalled.
Radigan? Who's he?
Uh-oh. I'm afraid Sammy's gambling debts are showing.
Uh-huh. He's been gambling again, has he? So that's it.
I'll just come in and wait for him.
You're not invited.
I'm coming in.
Listen, you two-bit Bogart, if you like your teeth where they are, get your foot out of that door.
I'm coming in.
Okay, you...
Mark, darling. The things I didn't know about you till now.
Forget it.
Don't you know? I don't want to forget it, Mark.
Mark, what is this? What happened?
This is it, Samuels. This is too much. Now we got petty mobsters hanging around. Okay, how much did you lose this time?
6,000. But I don't have to answer to you for everything I do.
Look, we got enough trouble with Cheng without Radigan snooping around, too. You're going to pay off that debt if it takes every cent you got.
But suppose he hasn't got any more.
Then he'll get it. And get it quick.
This is all very funny, standing around listening to you tell me what I'm going to do, Mark.
Yeah?
But there's something I've been meaning to tell you. And now's as good a time as any. If Harry Cheng happens to get lucky with those books, do you think I was sap enough to leave them so they point at me?
Wait a minute. What are you getting at, Samuel?
I mean, while I was doing the pen work, it was easy enough to put your okay on every one of the vouchers. And until I decide otherwise, I think you and I better go right on being the very best of friends.
With the prologue of tonight's story, The Choice, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Now, in place of the message about Signal gasoline usually heard at this time on The Whistler, Signal Oil Company has asked me to devote this time tonight to something mighty close to your heart and your home. Have you ever asked yourself what you would do if infantile paralysis should strike someone in your home? The treatment is expensive and long. An iron lung costs $1,300. Fortunately, however, you wouldn't have to worry about cost. For today, the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis guarantees every victim of this dread disease, regardless of age, race, creed, or color, the immediate scientific care which alone can prevent tragic crippling. And where does the foundation get the millions of dollars needed for this great mission of mercy? Why, from the dimes that you contribute during the annual March of Dimes, which starts day after tomorrow. When you consider there were over 24,000 victims of infantile paralysis last year, you can realize how much every dime counts. So don't just say, yes, I'll have to do something about that. Get out an envelope tonight. Address it to March of Dimes headquarters in your city. Drop in a few dimes or a few dollars, whatever you can spare. Then mail it tomorrow morning. Infantile paralysis strikes suddenly. Let us be as quick in our cooperation to stamp it out. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Mark, there it is. The phony McAllister account, the trial, Harry Chang's game of ABCs, your friend Samuel's happy-go-lucky ways, and your name on every one of the forged vouchers. Yes, you can add it all up, but it's one account you'll have trouble balancing. But at least you're sure of one thing. You've got to see that Harry Chang never gets to the M file. And you've got to watch Samuel's at the same time. That means you'll need help. And an hour after Lena and Samuel's have gone, you've made a date for yourself.
Well, here's looking at you, Lena.
And do you like what you see?
I'm not throwing any rocks, am I?
You've been known to.
By the way, Lena, you made a remark tonight about Samuel's not being able to pay off that debt to Radigan.
Oh. So we're not going to talk business, eh?
I'm sorry. Skip it if you want to. I was just curious.
Well, of course I wouldn't know Sammy's personal affairs, but, there was the cutest little bracelet I wanted. And then we haven't been going many places lately.
Well, we ought to do something about that. You probably could go places with the right guy. And you're the kind of a girl who should have cute little bracelets.
Well, tell me more.
Oh, it's just that if we were real nice and helpful to each other, Lena, this might be the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
You know something, Mark? I'll drink to that.
You were right, Mark. You've always felt you could count on Lena if the need ever came. So for the next few days, you're thoughtful and attentive, and you begin to see her part in a plan that's taking shape in your mind. But then something happens, suddenly, that makes you glad you were prepared. It's New Year's. Chinese New Year's, of course. And you're alone in the office when Inspector Morrison of the Chinatown Squad drops in.
Well, sit down, won't you, Inspector? What can I do for you?
Oh, nothing serious. Wondered how well you knew Harry Chang.
Oh, well, as well as you get to know anybody who works in the same company with you.
Uh-huh. Don't know anything about his personal business, huh? Finances and so forth?
No. Oh, I wouldn't know about that. What is it?
Seems Harry Chang's been going around Chinatown trying to borrow money. $6,000.
6,000.
Yeah. Mean anything to you?
No. No, Inspector. It doesn't mean a thing.
But it does mean something, doesn't it, Mark? Yes. 6,000. It couldn't be coincidence that it's exactly the same amount Samuels owes Radigan. He's going to sell you down the river for the 6,000 that Chang is canvassing Chinatown to borrow. The minute the inspector leaves, you rush to the filing cabinet. It's locked. You break into Samuel's desk. And a few seconds later...
Lewis, Ling, Lyons, Mayberry, McAfee. That's what I thought.
Oh, Mark. Thought you were down at the office. Come in.
All right, Samuel. Hand it over.
What are you talking about? And what?
A file. What do you say? What
Wait a minute,
file?
Mark. It's gone?
Stop stalling. Hand it over.
Marshal, help me.
You took it, Samuel. Come on.
Mark, for the love of... I haven't got it. Believe me, I haven't got it.
You've already turned it over to Chang. I ought to kill you for this, Samuels. If I don't get that file back, maybe I will. Stick around, Samuels. We'll have a little talk when I get back.
Where you going?
Never mind. But you're not here when I get back, I'll... Oh. Hello, Inspector.
Hello, Fallon. You again? Samuel's around?
Yeah. Yeah, he's here, Inspector.
Thought he might know something about our friend Chang.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have done, Inspector. Why don't you ask him? I'm sure Sammy will know how to answer your questions, even if I'm not around.
This is a surprise, Mr. Fallon. I hope you will excuse the state of my room.
Oh, sure. It's okay, Chang. Matter of fact, I really thought you'd be out celebrating New Year's.
I have work to do.
Yeah? Oh, I see you're still working on the Randall vouchers.
You need them at the office?
No, not these, Chang, but I was looking for a few of our other old accounts. I thought you might possibly have them here. The McAllister file, for one.
No, I don't have it, Mr. Fallon.
So I see. Well, what's that?
Firecrackers.
Oh, yeah. Almost forgot.
The children have been dropping them off the roof of the building across the way. You can see them up there now.
Yeah. Say, that's kind of a dangerous place for kids, isn't it?
They try to keep them off, but they get up at a fire escape in the rear. Children have no fear of danger.
No, I guess they don't. Well, Happy New Year to you, Cheng. See you at the office in the morning.
Will you see Cheng at the office in the morning, Mark? You didn't find the McAllister vouchers, but you found something else as you stood staring at the roof across the way, the sharp noise of the firecrackers popping in your ear. The plan isn't hazy in your mind anymore, is it? You phone Lena from the cigar store on the corner, and 10 minutes later, you drive into the basement garage of your apartment house. You carefully loosen the valve in one of your tires. That's the first step. The second comes at exactly 9:25, when you're back in the basement knocking on the janitor's door.
Oh, hello, Mr. Fallon.
Hello, Charlie. Say, I hate to disturb you at this hour, but how'd you like to make a couple of bucks?
Oh, it's me. Never turned down a chance to pick up an honest buck. Or is it honest?
Well, relatively, Charlie, relatively. I just want you to change the tire for me.
Sure thing, Mr. Fallon.
I'm going back up to my apartment. Here are the keys. If the lock gives you some trouble, just work it around a bit, huh?
Sure thing. I'll bring them up to you in about half an hour, okay?
No rush at all, Charlie. Take your time. Take your time.
Yes, by all means. Take your time. You're counting on that, aren't you, Mark? About 20 minutes of Charlie's time. 20 minutes in the garage and away from his apartment. You watch him as he disappears down the corridor. And then you slip through his apartment and out into the court behind the building. You glance at your watch. Exactly 9:30. And Lena picks you up right on schedule.
Good girl, Lena. You bring the gun?
Yes.
All right. Slide over. I'll be in the driver's seat.
Yes, Mark, you're in the driver's seat now, and you're going to make sure you stay there. You head up California Street over the hill and down toward Chinatown. Then, while Lena waits in the car, you thread your way through the crowds on Grant Avenue, more conscious of the cold steel in your pocket than you are of the dancing dragon and the firecrackers and the confetti. You have no trouble locating the fire escape leading to the roof across from Chang's. Then you're looking across the gun sight, across the 30 yards that separate you from the figure bent over the books at the desk. Your grip is steady, and you squeeze the trigger slowly, slowly.
Come in. I brought your keys, Mr. Fallon. All set.
Oh, you finished already, huh? Well, you made it fast, Charlie.
It would have been faster, but I had trouble with the lock, like you said.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot. Here you are, Charlie.
Hey, this is $5, Mr. Fallon.
I know. Keep it. You did me a big favor.
Oh, that's darn nice of you. Good night.
Good night, Charlie.
Hello?
Lena?
Yeah.
We're in, baby. You just brought back the keys. I didn't go out through the lobby. I didn't go out through the garage. In fact, I didn't go out at all. We're completely in the clear.
In the clear. And it was so simple. Just an extra loud firecracker in the New Year's celebration. Just a slug of lead screaming across 30 yards and a figure slumped over a desk. But the next morning, when you step into the hall, you know something is wrong. The hall seems to be swarming with policemen, and standing before the open door of Samuel's apartment, you recognize Inspector Morrison.
Oh, good morning, Inspector. What's going on?
Good morning, Fallon. I was just coming over to see you.
See me? Why?
About a friend of yours.
Oh, you still checking up on Harry Chang?
No, this time it's about Samuels.
Samuels? What about him?
He was murdered last night.
What? What did you say?
He's dead, Fallon. I thought you might want to come down to headquarters and talk about it a little while.
Well, look, I don't know anything about it.
You were a pal of his, Fallon. You could give us some idea who might have reason to get him.
Wait a minute. Radigan.
Who?
Sure, Inspector. I might be able to tell you who had reason to get him. Shall we go down to headquarters now?
So Samuels is dead, Mark. And suddenly you realize that this has worked out better than you'd hoped. With Samuels out of the way, you've got that sure thing you wanted so long. So naturally, you're more than willing to tell the inspector the whole story of Samuel's gambling debt and the baby-faced hoodlum who was out looking for him. In fact, you're so busy giving the inspector the information he wants that you're entirely unprepared for the question he asks you when you reach the Hall of Justice.
Well, that's all very interesting. Well, that reminds me. I came to Samuel's door yesterday, too. What were you two arguing about?
Arguing? I guess we were a little sore at each other. I don't even remember what it was about now.
I thought you two might have been arguing about this guy, Harry Chang.
Chang? Well, what's he got to do with it?
Suppose we ask him.
Yes, Inspector.
Send in Harry Chang.
Yes, sir. Chang. Harry Chang.
Guess I forgot to tell you, Fallon. That's another interesting angle of this case. Seems that somebody tried to bump Chang off last night, too. Yeah. Oh, come in, Mr. Chang. Be with you in a minute. Have a seat.
Thank you, Inspector. Good morning, Mr. Fallon.
Hello, Chang. I just heard about your accident last night. Your head. Bad?
No, it's nothing.
Anyhow, as I was saying, Fallon, seems that last night between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, at the same time Samuels was murdered, somebody tried to kill Mr. Chang. Now, did I remember to ask you where you were at that time last night, Fallon? Well, go on, Fallon. We're listening.
That's right, Mark. We're listening. Where were you last night between 9:30 and 10? It's not an easy choice to make, Mark. Your fine alibi with the janitor plants you in your apartment right across the hall from Samuel's and right at the time he was murdered. But there's only one way to prove you were not there, and that's to confess to the attempt on the life of Harry Cheng. That's attempted murder. 1 to 5 years in prison. But isn't that a lot better than murder in the gas chamber? It's up to you, Mark. Name your own poison.
Well, how about it, Fallon? I haven't heard you say anything yet.
I was out last night.
I see. Out. That's not an awfully good start, Fallon. We already checked your apartment house. You didn't leave it all night.
Use your head, Inspector. Samuels was my friend. You're not going to sew me up for his murder.
I was outside that door for a long time yesterday afternoon, Fallon. I couldn't catch it all, but it seems somebody was going to kill somebody.
All right, so maybe I did threaten him. But I tell you, I was out of the apartment when he was killed, and I can prove it. I can show you how I sneaked out of the building without being seen. And I can produce a witness to testify that I was out of the building.
Sneaked out, Fallon? Why?
Well,
Go on.
You don't leave me much choice, Inspector, but you might as well have it straight. I was the guy who took the shot at Harry Cheng last night. And if you got the slug, I can produce the gun to match it. Will that convince you?
I'd say it was a step in the right direction. Where do we start looking for the gun?
You can get it from Lena Merrick, 384 Palmer, apartment 3. But you better break it to her gently, Inspector. I don't think she's going to like the way our beautiful friendship went sour.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Has your car been acting different lately? Well, it has if you're a Signal customer, because Signal gasoline is now better, much better than even a few weeks ago. You see, the ingredient necessary for higher octane in gasoline has become more plentiful, so the octane rating of Signal gasoline has been raised. Not just a little, mind you, but a lot, which means you'll now enjoy even smoother, knock-free power as you take those steep hills in Hyde. Yes, you're going to like the new driving pleasure in today's improved Signal gasoline. And you're going to like the mileage, too. After all, you know, a gasoline that gets more efficiency from your motor naturally gets more mileage from each gallon. That's why we say, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Mark, the books are in balance at last. There was really only one choice you could make, wasn't there? Too bad to tear down that beautiful alibi of yours. But it's going to keep you out of the gas chamber. Of course, you wonder if it might have been better just to let Harry Cheng go on with his game of ABC. But it's too late to worry about it. All you can do is dictate your confession to the police stenographer and wait for the inspector to get back from Lena's with the evidence.
Come on in, Cheng. We'll need you, too.
Well, Inspector, was I right? Did you get the gun?
Yeah, we got it. And we stopped by Cheng's place to pick up some files he had. I think they're going to help clear up a lot of things.
I get it. Should have expected that, I suppose. You going to pin that on me, too?
That's right. Not that it's going to make any difference.
Well, at least I convinced you I wasn't at the apartment, so I couldn't have killed Samuels.
Who said Samuels was killed in his apartment, Fallon?
What?
You see, he went over to Cheng's last night to deliver some important files. Samuels was the one sitting in Cheng's desk when you fired that shot. And you didn't miss. Okay, Cheng. You can take off that phony bandage now.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Howard Duff and Jack Petruzzi. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Adrian Jondeau, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called The Hat, the Bed, and John J. Catherine.
When I talk to you about John J. Catherine, I'm talking about me. I've got into more battles about my last name. I have had to make it clear to at least 4 million people that Catherine is my last name, not my first. And in the process, I have accumulated more numerous contusions, fractures, superficial abrasions, black eyes, and bloody noses than can readily be counted by one person. Now, disregard my personal adventures in the field of fisticuffs for a moment, and attune your shell-like ear to the singular story of the hat and the bed and me. However, don't get carried away to the extent of thinking of me as Kitty, or Kate, or any of the other diminutives of my last name, or I am quite likely to rap you smutly over the sconce with a stage brace. I much prefer, if you must be familiar, to be addressed by my usual sobriquet of Gentleman Johnny. However, I am just as happy when you call me Mr. Catherine. Just wanted to make myself perfectly clear. My profession is that of a stage hand. To continue our brief gander at my personal history and to orient you somewhat concerning myself, I have carried a card in the IATSE ever since the actors' strike, which more or less dates me. As a matter of fact, and strictly between you and me, there was a time when I entertained certain ambitions myself. When I left Rockford as a young man, valedictorian of my class at Rockford High, I studied with Christensen in Chicago for 4 months. Then the lamented Thomas Wood Stevens once said that I had legs like Bert Lighthell's. And though I have devoted my energies to another phase of the theater for lo these many years, I am still able to offer slight competition to these young upstarts who people the stage today. Indeed, I very often linger after an evening performance to try my slightly decrepit wings, alone in the house at midnight. Nay, I will win my wager better yet, and show more signs of her obedience, her new-built virtue and obedience. See where she comes and brings your froward wives as prisoners to her womanly persuasion. Why, there's a wench. Come and kiss me, Kate. The Bard, Taming of the Shrew, Act 5, Scene 2, Petruchio speaking to Katharina. I could go on for 3 days.
Before you go on for 3 days, Mr. Catherine, suppose you step over here and give these boys a hand with the scenery for the next act, huh? And make it snappy, Mr. Catherine? That a boy, Mr. Catherine.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt. Hamlet Act 1, Scene 2.
John Catherine been telling you how he'd have wowed him in Grand Rapids if he'd stuck to his first love, the theater? Don't you listen to it. First thing you know, we'll have you talked into angeling a production of Shakespearean repertory in somebody's cow barn for the summer, starring John J. Catherine as King Lear, Macbeth, Shylock, and assorted Kings Henry. And I'm not going to let anybody spoil the best stagehand I ever saw to make a fourth-rate ham actor out of him. Not that he isn't a fourth-rate ham actor already. Me? I'm Evelyn Pierce. I produce plays and things. And I think John J. Catherine hates my viscera. I don't mean to be mean to John. I like him. But we got work to do putting on a play. And that's the stagehand's business. Oh, hello, John. Back so quickly?
Miss Pierce, I quit.
Again, John?
For positively the last, final, definitive time, Miss Pierce, I quit. I am done. I resign. I will take it up with the union if need be, but I unequivocally, is that it? Unequivocally resign. Is that clear, Miss Pierce?
Quite, John. But why, if you please?
That set dresser.
What's that dresser?
That man, that unspeakable man that goes around putting things on things, flowers on tables and telephone books on stands, candlesticks on the mantel. He put my hat on the bed.
Oh.
And so, Miss Pierce, I
unequivocally resign.
It is so. Fare you well.
Where are you going, John?
I said I quit, Miss B.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the mortician's. I'm going, Miss Pierce, to the mortician's to talk over certain details.
Details of what, John?
A funeral, Miss Pierce.
A funeral, John?
My funeral, Miss Pierce.
I don't quite understand you, John.
Miss Pierce, are you unaware that a hat placed on a bed is a sure sign of death? Please omit the flowers, Miss Pierce.
I wish you people would... Oh, John Catherine.
Hello, Miss Pierce.
Aren't you dead, Snoop?
No, ma'am. Did I wake you up?
As a matter of fact, you did, John. Is there something I can do for you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Pierce.
Well, what? I was taking a nap.
You were asleep?
I was. I'm tired.
I didn't get much sleep last night.
No?
Nor the night before either. Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care. Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 2.
Des Counterfeit, Act 2, Scene 3.
It scares me.
What scares you? Macbeth?
Sleep. I'm afraid to go to sleep. Oh, I'm so sleepy.
Well, can I do something for you, John?
I could tell you about my dream.
Well, John, really, I'm afraid.
So am I. Something's got to be done.
You want me to do something? You mean you want to come back to work, John?
I want to tell you about my dream, Miss Pierce.
Well, come on in.
Well, thank you.
Sit down, John.
Thank you.
Will I light a cigarette? Cigarette, John?
I don't smoke, Miss Pierce.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Well?
I hardly know where to begin.
I haven't got much time.
I know. Neither have I.
Go ahead, John.
Well, the hat, you know, and the bed.
It's only a superstition, John.
That's what people say.
I didn't know you were superstitious.
Well, I don't know whether I am or not. I'm so sleepy all the time I can't remember things. I don't know what... Well, I don't know.
Now, see here, John.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm just afraid of dying. Are you afraid of dying, Miss Pierce?
I've never thought of it specially.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't want to die. You see, I know what it's like. Kind of.
Now, John, if that's all...
Listen. I was really scared when I left the theater last night. I really did call up a mortician to arrange things, you know.
Said you were.
I couldn't get him on the phone. So after a while, I lay down as one who wraps the drapery of his couch about him.
And lies down to peaceful dreams, Thanatopsis, William Cullen Bryant.
Yes, thank you. But I didn't dream. Peacefully or unpeacefully.
But you said you did.
No, ma'am, I just went to sleep.
But you said you dreamed, John. You said you wanted to tell me your dream. That's what you said.
I know. When I woke up, it was real late. Really late, I mean. Very late. It was dark. Black dark. I could hardly see the light from the window. Couldn't see it at all, as a matter of fact. Black dark, and I was so thirsty. I had to have a drink of water. My mouth was just parched.
Sleeping with your mouth open.
I suppose. Well, after a while, I couldn't stand it any longer, so I got up. Now, the bathroom's here, you see. My bed is like this, and the dresser's over here. And there's a chair.
Mm-hmm.
I got up, and I couldn't find the light switch. I knew I could find my way in the dark to the bathroom, all right, and I did. I got my drink of water, and my goodness, it tasted good. And then I started back to bed. When I came back, the bed was gone. There wasn't any bed. There wasn't any chair where I knew the chair was. And the dresser was gone, too. There wasn't anything in the room.
John, you were dreaming.
No, I wasn't dreaming. I wandered around there in the dark for ever so long. There wasn't anything in the room, I tell you. My gracious, Miss Pierce, I can walk 3 steps from my bathroom door right to the edge of my bed. It's a little low bed. I bump it with my knee. It's a little room, Miss Pierce. You can't walk around there in the light without bumping into something. The chair or the dresser or the bed or the little table. I forgot where I keep my collected plays of Shakespeare right kind of by my bed. Where the light is. I couldn't find the light. I couldn't find any light.
I don't understand it, John.
Because of the hat on the bed.
Oh, John.
That's right.
Just because you had a bad dream.
It wasn't a dream.
You said you wanted to tell me your dream.
The only way I could think to describe it. But it wasn't a dream. Just a big empty place. Dark, black dark, empty. I've been very badly frightened, Miss Pierce.
What happened when you waked up, John?
I wasn't asleep. It wasn't a dream. It was a kind of preview of death, Miss Pierce.
Oh, no, John. A dream. Now, don't sit there and shake your head, John. I've had dreams like that myself. Extraordinarily vivid dreams that leave me wondering when I wake up whether I... John, you're not listening to me.
I'm so sleepy, Miss Pierce.
Well, you're not going to sleep in my house now.
I won't go to sleep, Miss Pierce. I'm afraid to go to sleep.
Afraid of dreaming.
I don't know what I'm afraid of.
Well, cigarette, John?
I don't smoke, Miss Pierce.
I forgot.
It's all right.
Well, it is an extraordinary experience, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, well, why'd you come to tell me about it? Did you... I'll be glad to have you go back to work if you want to. You want to do that?
No, I don't think so. I just wanted to tell you about it.
Why, me especially, John.
Oh, gracious, don't you know?
John, I'm very flattered, really, and you know, but...
You don't know?
Of course not.
Well, you were there.
I was there?
Yes, Miss Pierce.
I've never heard anything so absurd in all my life. What was I doing there?
In the dark? What were you doing? Why, I don't know what you were doing. You were just there.
Now, John, that's absurd. How do you know I was there? You said it was dark. You couldn't see anything.
You were there, Miss Pierce.
John, I don't know what you're talking about. You're drunk or...
I don't drink, Miss Pierce.
And I wasn't at your house either. You know perfectly well I wasn't.
It wasn't at my house.
You said...
I said I came out of the bathroom and I thought it was my room. But it wasn't. It was just a great, big, dark, empty space.
John, when was all this?
Well, last night.
Oh.
I went right home from the theater, you know, and I went to bed like I...
When you saw the hat on the bed and you came to me and said you quit?
Of course. Last night,
John.
Yes, ma'am?
It was Thursday night you quit.
What?
3 days ago, not last night. 3 days ago, John.
3 days ago?
Where have you been for 3 days, John?
Why, Yes, I've been dead.
John, I think you better get the... What are you staring at?
Miss Pierce, you got your hat on the bed.
All right, John, come on.
Come on, where?
I'm going to take my hat off the bed, John.
It's too late now.
Too late?
Sign it, Dad.
Oh, stop that nonsense. I'm going to put on my hat and get back to the theater. That play I'm trying to do will die the death.
Don't talk that way.
Stop it. come on. You can go back with me. Go back to work if you want to. Now, you see? See, I've got my hat. Now, let's go. Time to go, John.
Something will happen to us, Miss Pierce.
What, get run over by a taxi?
Don't talk that way.
Oh, stop it, Catherine.
Miss Pierce, you know I don't like to be called by my last name.
Sometimes I'm not sure whether that's your last name or your first.
You're not to talk to me that way, Miss Pierce.
All right, then. Stop acting like an old maiden. Come along if you're
I don't want you talking to me like that.
All right, just stop talking nonsense then and come on with me. Coming? I said, are you coming with me?
No, I'm not coming.
John, I've got
You're not going either.
Now, look, this is silly. Why aren't you?
I'm afraid.
Well, you're not going to stay here.
Please?
No, come on now. Get up and come with me.
Don't you go either.
John, are you all right?
I'm afraid.
What am I going to do with you?
The hat on the bed, that was a sign of death for me, and I died a little the other night, whenever it was.
You had a bad dream.
And now your hat was on the bed. That's a sign of death for you.
That's ridiculous.
You're going to die.
Now, John, I've listened to just about everything I'm going to listen to. You just get up out of that chair and come on.
No.
Yes.
Please.
John, would you like it if I left you here?
No.
Look, John, it's 2:30, and I've got to be at the theater at 3. Here, I'll put this nice pillow under your head. Now, won't that be nice and comfortable, John?
So sleepy.
Sure, Johnny Captain. You'll be all right. You just stay there nice in the big chair, and I'll go to the theater, and then I'll come back. You'll see.
Don't get killed.
Of course I won't. I'll be all right, Johnny Captain. And you'll be all right, too, right here. Go on. Go to sleep, John.
I'm afraid to go to sleep.
Poor guy is all worn out.
I'm afraid.
Well, you sleep, boy. I'll be back around 10 o'clock.
Nice little bed.
John.
The hat.
Oh, good heavens, it's 2:45 already. Oh, darn, I won't answer it. Oh, I'm late already, I tell you. All right. Yes. Oh, hello, Tony. Yes, I'm on my way to the theater. I haven't got a minute to talk. Yes. Yes, I'll be home about 10, I hope. Matter of fact, I think you better. I'll tell you when I see you. Yes, here at the house. Well, I might have somebody I want you to get rid of. Wait. No, he's asleep. No, I'm not living a life of sin. This is one of the stagehands from the John J. Catherine, no less. That's right, the distinguished Shakespearean actor and quoter. I don't know, potted, I think, or else he's losing his buttons. Too much King Lear, I guess. Oh, no, I'm leaving him here to sleep it off. Oh, hats on a bed, all that stuff. Oh, he's all right now, as long as I'm not here. Look, Tony, I'm late. Suppose you meet me here at the house around 10. Sure. If he's still here, I'll let you throw him out. I'm going to run. Goodbye. I'll see you tonight. Bye. You all right, John Cassidy? You sleep? John? Poor fellow.
What was this? Where? Oh, Miss Pierce's house. Oh, I'm so thirsty. What time is it? Quarter to... I can't read my watch. Where's all the lights? Oh, where do I get a drink of water? Oh, tangled up in the blankets. Hey, where's Miss Pierce? Miss Pierce! Trussed up hand and foot like a fowl, like a pullet, like a capon. Miss Pierce! Oh, yes, she went out. What am I doing here? Oh, I remember. My gracious, I have to get out of here before she comes back. My mouth, I shouldn't have had those cocktails before I came over here. I should know I can't drink. What I need is a big, cold drink of water. Nice place you got here, Miss Pierce. Nice place you got, although I can't say I like philodendrons. Where's your kitchen? I want a drink of water. I wish I could find a light. Here it is. Oh, 11:45 it is. I better be getting out of here after I get a drink. Kitchen. Mighty little kitchen. Nice little kitchen. Now, where's the glass? Here we have glasses. Oh, man. Nothing like cold water. Thank you, Miss Pierce. Thank you very much, Miss Pierce. I find your drinking water excellent, although it could be just a spot colder. Miss Pierce, I dislike you intensely. I do not love thee, Dr. Fell, a reason why I cannot tell, but this I know and know full well I do not love thee, Miss Pierce. Although the why is not in my mind, in the mind of John J. Catherine, my friends, who might be the idol of millions, nay, billions, if Miss Evelyn Pierce, the eminent producer, would give him a chance to tread the boards. Tread the boards in sock and buskin. Hand me my sock wallet. I prithee trust my points, and I will reward thee with a cup of sack. Cup of sack, sack of cups. Trust my points, whatever that is, Wanda, and I will reward thee with a cup of sack. Yeah, Sir Walter Scott must have been a little stiff when he wrote that. Thou hast looked upon the wine when it is red, Sir Walter. Thou hast looked upon it when it biteth like a serpent and stingeth like an adding machine. There, thou art very funny this night, Sir John J. Catherine. Albeit a trifle corny, sirrah. I've got to get my large, bulky carcass out of here before Miss Pierce comes back, or else Miss Pierce and I will get in a fight, and then I won't get my job back. Much less get a job as a broad cheddar and sock and buskin. Remind me to ask Miss Pierce what is a buskin. I know what a sock is, Miss Pierce. A sock is what I'm going to give you in your pearly teeth if you don't stop being so mean to me, to Sir John J. Catherine, the sock and buskin man from Rockford, Illinois. I had not to mention, forsooth, Bassanio, my head hangeth over. I am now undrunk. Well, I would, my fair and fair-to-middling friend, I would that thou wouldst spiel to me whether this beldame hath perchance a small flagon of bourbon concealed on her about the premises. For I would drink of same and restore myself. Anon. Is there no way, as Pierre Louis has the little girl say to Demetrius? Is there no bourbon? What drinkest thou, Pierce? No scotch, no cremivette? No vintage wine? No. Aha. I see you. I see you, John Jameson's excellent pot still product, of which our Miss Pierce will miss not a jot or a tittle out of a bottle which I will tipple. Thank you, Miss Pierce. You have a regrettable habit of leaving hats on beds. But here's to you. That is meat and drink, not to mention pie in the sky. Je vous remercie, Miss Pierce. No, Mademoiselle Pierce, our hero remarked in his flawless French. Thank you. I will have another dollar for the same, Miss Pierce, you undelightful old bag, old sack, old cover sack. Arigato, Pierson, he remarked in flawless Japanese. And for this short snort, which will cure my hangover completely. Short. I will say in my flawless double talk, framus on the scrivener. Now, I will replace the somewhat attenuated bottle from which I have received back my body and my soul, reading from left to right. And before I retire into the stilly night, I will favor this large and intelligent audience with a selection from the Bard. Not Ben Bard, he is a comic. The Bard of Avon, situate by an odd coincidence hard by the banks of the river Stratford, or vice versa, as the case may be, in sunny England, which I will favor you with a large, jagged hunk of Shakespeare. Or as my ancient and deceased friend, what was his name in the Chauve-souris many, many years ago, was wont to say, Shakespeare. Russian for Shakespeare. I crave your attention. Mr. John J. Catherine as Macbeth. Is this a dagger which I see before me? The handle toward my hand? Come, let me clutch thee. I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation proceeding from the heat oppressed brain? I see thee yet in form as palpable as this which now I draw. The lights went out. Where's the lights? Miss Pierce, turn on the lights. Miss Pierce isn't here. Where's Miss Pierce? Yeah, I'm going to get out of here, Miss Pierce. You come in your nice house in the dark, find me here all full of your liquor. Yeah, where's the door? I can't find the door. I can't find... Where's the chair? Where's the door? Miss Pierce! Please, Miss Pierce! I'm lost again in the dark. Miss Pierce, has happened again. You did it to me this time, Miss Pierce. You put your hat on the bed and you made it dark in your house, too. Miss Pierce, I'm lost. This is no dream. Miss Pierce, where are you? Where am I? Where's the door? Here's the door. Where does it go? I know where this door goes. This is the door. Miss Pierce, where does this door go? Where did it? You went and you put your hat on the bed, you did. You put your hat on the bed. You put your hat on the bed, that's a sign of death, Miss Pierce, putting a hat on the bed. Where? There, I can't see. I know where I am now. I was so scared. Never mind, Miss Pierce, I know where I am now. There's a chair. Hello, chair. There's a little table. Good evening, little table in the dark. I beg your pardon, table. And I'm all right now, Miss Pierce. I'll get out just as soon as I can find the door in the dark, Miss Pierce. Oh, how I hate Miss Pierce. I'm going. Oh, here's the bed, isn't it? The bed, yes. The bed, Miss Pierce. That's where you threw your hat. Hat on the bed. Sign of death, old Pierce. I guess I'll just lie down and take me a little rest. Why, your hat's still here on the bed, Miss Pierce. Sign of death, Miss Pierce, leaving your hat on the bed. Sign of death for sure. Silly old Miss Pierce, leaving your hat on the bed. Why, Miss Pierce, you left your head inside your hat.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is The Hat, the Bed, and John J. Catherine. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Miss Pierce was played by Nancy Sheridan. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. For a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, my good friend Willis Cooper. Okay, Bill?
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week's story is called La Fille aux Cheveux Laids. The girl with the flaxen hair.
And so until next week, and La Fille aux Cheveux Laids. I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
A listening reminder. A united America makes a strong America. That's why each of us should work to rid our community of racial and religious prejudice. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Welcome to the shadowy borderland of the squeaking door, all you hardy adventurers. Into the land of the grisly, ghastly, gruesome, horrid, shocking, and monstrous. I mean, in a sanctum. Of course, I assume that we're all old friends here, but if by any chance there's a stranger among us, perhaps I should state the purpose for which we are here assembled. Our object is to make your spine tingle and your hair stand on end. That's right. When we're through, you'll discover that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed.
Heavens, you stop talking so scary, or folks will tune us off their radios.
Oh, Mary, I'm just trying to scare them into the chills so they'll have to drink Lipton tea.
Well, that isn't necessary at all. For a great many years, people have been enjoying Lipton tea without any persuasion from you. That famous Lipton flavor has won the praise of tea experts all over the world. And you know, folks, these experts describe the Lipton flavor by saying that it's brisk. B-R-I-S-K. Now, brisk means that Lipton tea always tastes fresh and full-bodied. Yes, tangy and vigorous. Never flat or wishy-washy. That's why I always say you don't know how good tea can be till you know how good Lipton's is.
And now, friends, let's go from tea to terror. Yes, the title of tonight's story is Terror by Night. It's an original radio play by Emil Tepperman. Tell me, have you ever been alone with fear? Alone in the night and frightened? Well, here's Ann Shepard in the role of Linda Dixon to tell us what happened to her.
It was a Friday night, and I think I was already a little nervous as I drove north into the mountains. It was the first day of my vacation. I started from the city early enough to arrive before nightfall, but my car was 6 years old and developed motor trouble. So now I was driving through the night with 50 miles more to go, and I was tired and nervous and irritated. And then I heard that siren in the distance. At first I couldn't place it. And then I remembered the state prison was somewhere in the vicinity. The siren. That meant a prisoner had escaped. I reached over and turned on the radio. They were broadcasting an alarm.
I repeat, motorists are warned to be on the lookout for Lee Hartley, who escaped from the death cell at State Prison at 9:15 p.m. He is 5'10", dark-haired, regular features, no distinguishing marks. Hartley is a confirmed killer. He is believed to be armed. Beware of Hartley. He would rather kill than eat. I'd better give you that again.
He would rather kill than eat. And that man was loose. I stared ahead at the lonely road spinning toward me through the windshield.
It has been established that Hartley was helped to escape from the outside by his sweetheart, Helen Hearn, a red-headed woman just as vicious as Hartley himself. It is thought that Hartley and the Hearn woman may have separated after the escape. All motorists are warned to beware of a dark-haired man and a red-haired woman, alone or together.
My hand was shaking a little as I turned off the radio. I looked in the car mirror and shivered. I, too, have red hair. There was a storm coming up, and I was driving into it. And the night was black, and I felt small and lonely and frightened in the car. Then I saw them in the mirror, the headlights sweeping up behind me. A car. It had come out of nowhere. It was pulling alongside, cutting me off. I cowered behind the wheel and then watched the door of that other car open. A man stepped out. Oh, and I breathed a sigh of relief. It was a state trooper.
Driving all alone, miss?
Oh, yes, officer.
Sorry if I scared you. We're stopping all cars. Where are you heading for, miss?
Oh, I'm going up to Seven Lakes Hotel. That's near Carstairs. You see, I started out late from the city, and I'm having motor trouble.
Yeah, sure. Can I see your driver's license, please?
Oh, here's my driver's license, of course. Here, I've got it somewhere in my purse. I seem to be all fingers. That escaped prisoner, Hartley.
How'd you know about him?
Oh, well, I heard the prison siren. Then it came over the radio about Hartley and his red-haired girlfriend.
Say, you've got red hair, too.
Well, you don't think I'm that woman.
Find that license yet?
Well, I'm sure it's in here. So many... Oh, here, I've got it. Here's my license.
Thanks. What time did you say you left the city?
About 5 o'clock.
Took you a long time to get this far.
Well, I told you I had motor trouble.
Oh, sure did. Okay, Miss Dixon, here's your license. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, darn. There it goes again.
More motor trouble.
No, it's the same thing the mechanic said it might have. There it started.
You want to get that fixed first chance you get?
Yeah. It's late, though. All the service stations are closed.
Yeah, there's one that's open all night about 2 miles up the road.
Oh?
You better stop there. Bill Slater's place. He's a good mechanic.
Yeah.
He'll fix you up. Tell him Joe Nesbitt sent you.
Right, thanks, I will.
And listen, Miss Dixon.
Yeah.
You be careful. Don't stop to give anyone a lift, man nor woman.
Oh, don't worry, I won't. The night closed in on me again, but I didn't feel quite so nervous, knowing that the trooper was somewhere behind me on the road, and Bill Slater's service station ahead. In a few minutes, I saw the lights on the service station. I swung into the open space in front of the pumps. I stopped. There was a rumbling of thunder in the west. The storm was moving up fast. There was another car, a coupe, parked at the pump. But there wasn't anybody in it. And I didn't see any attendant around either. I pressed the horn button. And no one answered. No one came out of the office. Still no response. Everything seemed so quiet and suddenly ominous. I found myself shivering. I had a curious feeling that someone was watching me. I've got to get away from here fast. It started again. It won't start. It won't start. For a long time, I sat behind the wheel, listening for the sound of footsteps stealing up behind the car. There were none. Then I could bear it no longer. I had to get out of the car. I had to see what was in that office. I opened the door of the car and stepped down on the gravel. Anybody in there? No answer. I clenched my fists and stepped inside. There on the floor at my feet lay the body of a man. His mechanic's jumper was stained red with blood, and his throat was cut from ear to ear. How long I stood there, I'll never know. I was petrified, unable to move, unable to take my eyes from the bloody body. What's that? Someone coming downstairs. Hartley. It must be Hartley, the killer. He must have been hiding somewhere upstairs. I've got to get away outside. But how? My car won't run. That other car, a coupe, I could jump into that. Yes. If I could reach that coupe before he comes down.
Anything wrong, sister?
Too late.
Anything I can do for you, sister?
Yes, it's my car. It won't start. I thought someone here might help me.
Sorry. There doesn't seem to be anybody around. That's my coupe over there. I stopped for gas and no one came out, so I went in and looked around.
Did you find anyone?
There isn't a living soul in there.
Oh.
You look kind of tired.
Oh, no, I'm all right.
My name is Taylor.
Oh?
John Taylor.
I'm Linda Dixon.
Linda Dixon, huh? Glad to know you. Traveling far tonight?
Well, I'm going to Carstairs. Seven Lakes Hotel. They're expecting me.
Now, what do you know about that?
What?
Carstairs is the town I'm heading for, too. Isn't that a coincidence?
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Your car won't run, huh? Tell you what, we'll put your baggage in my car and I'll give you a lift to Carstairs. You can send for your car in the morning.
Oh, no.
I'll have your bag switched to the jiffy.
Please, no, I would rather not.
We are all switched. Now, come on. Get in here.
He took my arm and helped me into the coupe. His hand was strong. His grip was hard. It hurt me.
There you are. Snug as a bug in a rug.
We drove away into the night, leaving behind us the dead man in the service station.
From where we sit, it looks as if pretty Linda Dixon has gotten herself into an awful jam. And believe me, she's shaking like jelly.
My goodness, that poor girl. And just think, this is supposed to be her vacation.
Why, Mary, she's in the country now, isn't she? In fact, it looks to me like she's going back to the soil. Horizontally.
Oh, dear. Why do you always look on the dark side of things? Seems to me you're always pessimistic. Of course, lots of folks feel that way at times, like when they've been working too hard and they're tired. But, you know, I think there's nothing better for that let-down feeling than a good hot cup of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor. That brisk flavor really perks you up. You see, that word brisk, B-R-I-S-K, is just another way of saying that Lipton tea tastes full-bodied and vigorous. Yes, tangy and spirited, never flat or wishy-washy. So try Lipton's real soon, won't you, folks?
Well, now, let's go back and see how pretty little Linda Dixon is making out, all alone in the car with a strange man. But after all, she shouldn't be too scared of him. He's just a felon who needs a friend.
The storm broke a few minutes after we left that service station. We drove through sheets of rain. I sat stiff and tense beside the man who called himself John Taylor. He had both hands on the wheel, and he stared out through the windshield. My eyes focused on something on his right hand. There was a stain, a small stain, but it was wet and red. I couldn't take my eyes off it.
What are you looking at?
What? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Think I'll turn on the radio. Did you know there's been a jailbreak?
Hartley is 5'10", very dark hair. Don't be fooled by his pleasant manner. He is a killer by instinct.
Killer by instinct?
He is absolutely...
I looked at the man beside me.
Helen Hearn is a clever and dangerous woman. 5'3", red hair, very pretty.
I caught Taylor looking at me out of the corner of his eye. What are you looking at?
At your hair. It's red.
There was a streak of lightning, and looking out of the rain-swept window, I glimpsed a signpost. The lightning illuminated the sign, and my heart skipped a beat at what I saw. That sign we just passed.
What about it?
Well, it said Kerhonkson ahead. We're going the wrong way. We should be on the Carstairs Road, not on the Kerhonkson Road.
That's funny. Must have taken the wrong turn.
Well, aren't you going to turn back?
Sure. Whatever you say. We'll turn right around and go back. Uh-oh. We're in the ditch.
In the ditch?
That's no good. She won't budge. Well, it looks like we're stuck here for the night. You look scared.
Oh, no. I think I'd better get out and walk. Perhaps there's a house nearby.
Walk in this weather?
Oh, I don't mind the weather, really. I don't.
You can't walk in this storm?
Well, nevertheless, I'm going to try.
Not on your life.
What do you mean?
You're staying right here till I get the car out of the ditch. You get pneumonia walking in this storm.
But I'm
Let's see. Where's that flashlight? Ah, here we are. Got some tools in the trunk compartment. You stay put. Stay right where you are.
I heard him open the trunk in the back. I listened for further sounds, but there was nothing. I didn't hear him moving there. I didn't hear any tools. I had to find out what he was doing. Slowly, carefully, I got my door open. I stepped out into the rain and sneaked back toward the rear. I saw him there, not moving, in front of the open trunk compartment, bending over with a flashlight in his hand. The ray of light was focused on something curled up inside. It wasn't baggage or tool. It was a woman's body. Just then he saw me. He snapped the flashlight off, but not before I caught a glimpse of red hair. Then I must have fainted. When I came to, I found myself seated inside the car again. My face and hair were wet. My clothes were dripping. John Taylor was driving. His face, as he stared ahead through the night, was dark and bleak. The storm was over. Night was quiet.
Oh, so you're awake again?
I don't feel well.
Is it because of what's in the trunk compartment?
She's dead.
I told you not to get out of the car.
What are you going to do with me?
What do you think?
Please.
Sorry, sister. Got to take your medicine.
I know.
Better not make any trouble. I'll try to make it as easy for you as I can.
They say that when a person loses all hope, subconsciously he seeks refuge in sleep. That's what must have happened to me. I must have dozed or perhaps I fainted, I don't know. But I awoke with a start at the sound of brakes. I sat up straight and saw that we stopped in front of a small fieldstone house. Why are we stopping here?
I'm out of gas.
Oh.
Come on. We're going in.
Sign on the door said Roger Bryce, M.D. A doctor's house. I began to feel a spark of hope. There might be a chance.
I'll do the talking. Is that clear?
Yes.
Where's the bell? Oh. Must be awake. There's a light in the parlor.
How do you do?
Good evening. Dr. Bryce?
Yes. Can I help you?
I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, Doctor, but my sister and I were heading for Carstairs, and we seem to have gotten lost. And we're out of gas.
His sister? He was passing us off as brother and sister. Now I knew why he hadn't cut my throat as he had that service station man's. He was carrying me for protection. I was his passport through the police cordon. His sister.
I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you. I'm 7 miles from the nearest town, and I haven't any spare gasoline. Come in, won't you?
Why, yes, thank you. We will.
I wonder if I could offer you my hospitality for the night.
Oh, that would be imposing.
Not at all. I have 2 rooms that aren't being used.
Really?
Oh, come. I insist.
I'd hoped for a chance to talk to Dr. Bryce alone. Just a word to warn him. But Taylor never left us alone for a minute. He insisted on coming into my room. To make sure, he said, that it was comfortable enough for me. Then he took the doctor by the arm and went out with him.
Good night, sis. And sweet dreams.
I was alone. Free of the presence of John Taylor. I had another lease on life. I waited, my heart pounding. Give them both a chance to retire. Then I slipped off my shoes, and in my stocking feet, I stole across the room and inched my door open. Slowly, carefully, I stepped out into the corridor and turned right toward the doctor's room.
What's the matter, sister? You weren't thinking of going anywhere, were you?
I wanted a drink of water.
A drink of water, huh? In case you didn't know it, there's a water pitcher on your dresser.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Good night, sister.
I turned around and went back into my room. It was no use. If I attempted to warn Dr. Bryce, Taylor would probably kill us both. I turned out the light in my room. I knew he was watching my transom. Then I lay down on the bed. How long I lay there, I don't know. Perhaps I slept, perhaps not. But I heard that slight creak as my door began to inch open. The blood chilled in my veins. Slowly the door came open. I lay fascinated, unable to move. Vaguely I saw the outline of the hand and the knife it held. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Slowly he came toward the bed. Now he stands over me. He raises the knife. I screamed! I rolled over on the bed just as the knife slashed down. I rolled off the bed and cowered in a corner. That horrible figure came around the bed after me with a knife. A brain! Help! Dr. Bryce, help me!
You know the press.
All I cowered there in the corner. They fought all over the room in the dark. I had no strength to move, to think, not even to hope. All the life seemed to have gone dead in my veins. And then it was over. But who had won? In the dark, I strained my eyes to see. There was a vague shape on the floor, and another weaving around the room. Who? Which one was it? Dr. Bryce, is that you?
No, Linda. It isn't Dr. Bryce. It's I, John Taylor.
John Taylor. Standing there at the light switch. And on the floor lay Dr. Bryce unconscious, with a long gash in his head.
I had to hit him with a water pitcher.
My eyes turned to Dr. Bryce. I saw the knife still gripped in his right hand.
That's Hartley, Linda. Lee Hartley, the killer.
It was he who came in here with a knife?
Right. I was down the cellar just now. The real Dr. Bryce is down there, dead. And this fellow posed as Bryce when we came to the house.
Then you're not Hartley.
No, that rich. All the time you thought I was Lee Hartley, and I thought you were Helen Hearn. On account of your red hair.
But the body, the red-haired woman.
That's Helen Hearn. This fellow must have killed her back at the service station and stuffed her body in my trunk compartment while I was inside.
That all happened last summer. In time, I think I'll manage to forget that night of horror. But it won't be soon. Sometimes in the night I dream that I see that awful figure with the knife poised above my throat. And I wake up screaming. But then John takes me in his arms and holds me tight and tells me that everything's all right. You see, I'm Mrs. John Taylor now.
Well, what do you know? A happy ending. As for Mr. Hartley, that pleasant killer, he got what he deserved. Yeah, some people never know when they're well off. You should have stayed in jail, where they never raise your rent, where they make no charge for meals or for electric current. You see, when you're in jail, everything is free, except you.
You know, Mr. Host, that's the first happy ending we've had in a long, long time. And I must say I enjoyed it.
Ah, those lovebirds shouldn't have gotten married. It's bad for business, Mary. Now, when she wakes up screaming from a nightmare, she reaches for her husband instead of a hot cup of a Lipton tea.
Well, I'm glad she has a husband to comfort her. There are plenty of other occasions, Mr. Host, when Lipton's tea is welcome. And I don't mean just at meal times either. Lipton's is grand between meals. And, of course, it's the perfect beverage to serve when friends and neighbors drop in to visit you. Yes, I guess that's why more people serve Lipton tea than any other brand.
And now a word of caution to all amateur detectives. They say that if you give a criminal enough rope, he'll hang himself. But if you give some criminals enough rope, they might tie you up. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Puzzle for Wantons by Patrick Quentin. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown, and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a lonely man who falls in love with a mannequin in a store window. But gee, fellow wants a real girl. So he tries to make her come to life. And what do you know? He finds he has to kill her first. Well, now it's time to close the squeaking door, so good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, these busy days we all want to save time when we prepare meals, and yet we don't want to sacrifice that good homemade taste. Well, the answer to that is Lipton's Noodle Soup. You see, Lipton's takes no time to prepare, and yet it has a real fresh-cooked chickeny flavor. Yes, it tastes just like the chicken noodle soup you'd make right in your own home. Lipton's is economical, too. It costs less and makes more than canned soups. So, folks, don't forget to serve Lipton's Noodle Soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight that I was sitting in my study doing some research work on poisons for my good friend Inspector Noah Danton. Coincidentally, the time was exactly 8:32 when the telephone rang. Yes, Drake speaking.
This is Stephanie Brent. Been shot. Dying. Pierre Chaminade State. Westchester. It was...
There was no mistaking the sound which came to me over the telephone. Miss Brett had lost consciousness and dropped the phone. I hurriedly called Inspector Noah Danton, explained what had happened, and asked him to meet me at the Chaminade place. 45 minutes later, I drove into Chaminad's driveway and found the grounds swarming with guests, most of whom were young and beautiful women.
Oh, look, a man. All right, you vultures, lay off. I saw him first. Go on, scat.
For a minute, I was scared.
Well, you should be. That was a terrible fate I rescued you from. You ought to be grateful.
I am grateful. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm...
No, don't tell me. Let me guess. You're, Gary Cooper.
Hardly.
Walter Pigeon?
No, you're very flattering, but...
Frank Sinatra.
Now, wait, please.
Oh, well, I give up. Doesn't matter, really. Come on, let's go over and have a drink, shall we?
At any other time, I'd be delighted, Miss Brett, but now...
Oh, how wonderful. You know my name.
Naturally, a famous and lovely model like yourself could hardly expect to go unrecognized.
Oh, you're sweet. What did I ever do to deserve such gallantry?
Your beauty and charm inspire gallantry.
Would you mind mingling with the other guests and repeating that in a loud voice? And please call me Hala.
Thank you, Hala. And now I must insist that you know my name and why I'm here. I'm Barton Drake.
Barton Drake?
Yes.
Not the crime expert.
The same.
Oh, this is too wonderful. All day long I've been wishing for a man. I mean a real one, and now...
Hala, my purpose in being here is to see your sister.
Sister? Oh, I have no sister.
Oh? The young lady who called said her name was Stephanie Brett.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Oh, dear cousin Stephanie. Little wretch. Well, that does it.
What does what?
Destroys the illusion. For a minute I thought that it was I you were interested in. And now this. Well, Hala, will you never learn?
May I see your cousin Stephanie at once, Miss Brett? Hala.
Why not? I'm sure one more won't make any difference.
One more?
Dear Stephanie is in the library, resting. An hour ago, she became bored and complained of a headache.
A headache?
Mm-hmm. The dear darling's way of announcing to all the men on the place that she will hold private audience in the library to anything in trousers who happens to wander by in the interest of her health.
Oh, I see. Which way is the library, please?
Just follow the male exodus. Oh, come along. A woman scorned is usually a sucker. We might as well get it over with. In a moment, you'll hear the sound of male voices raised in adulation. There we are. Prepared to be fawned upon, Mr. Crime Expert. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. No men. Cousin Steph. Oh.
Is that your cousin Stephanie sitting at the desk?
Yes. Only why she sprawled out like that. Stephanie.
Close the door, please.
Stephanie. There's blood on her face. She's been shot.
Please, wait here, Miss Brett. So, bullet hole through temple, gun on floor, telephone receiver off hook. Yes, there can be no question.
Oh, what happened? Is she dead?
Quite dead, Miss Brett.
Dead. And she...
Your concern surprises me, Miss Brett. A moment ago, I got the impression that you disliked your cousin intensely.
I did. We all did. Every model at the studio. She was so beautiful, so cold, so contemptuous of the rest of us. But now, lying there... Oh, I can't believe it.
But I heard there's moving down in his house. And I say there is. I saw his car out front. Now, look what's there. Stop bothering me. If this is the library, I'm going in.
Come in, Inspector Danton. Come in.
There you are. Uh-oh. You found her, eh?
Yes, I regret to say that I arrived too late. Who is this gentleman, Inspector?
Buster? I don't know. Someone important, I guess.
Ayla, who are these men? Why are you crying? Stephanie said she was coming. Good heavens. Stephanie. Stephanie, darling. She's been shot.
Yes. Were you a relative of Miss Brett?
Relative? Good heavens, no. I'm Orion Cooper. Stephanie and I were engaged.
I see. In that case...
In that case, I demand to know who you men are and what you're doing here and why someone doesn't call the police.
We are the police.
The police? But, Hala, did you...
Don't be a fool, Orion.
Did she what?
Never mind. Oh, what a terrible shock. I can't believe it.
I think Mr. Cooper was going to ask Kayla if she had anything to do with the shooting. Is that right, Cooper?
Well,
Of course he was. In a moment he'll accuse me of murdering my own cousin.
Since you brought it up, Hayla, did you have anything to do with it? You had good cause, you know.
No more than you.
I? Well, that's perfectly silly to...
Well, I happen to know Steph's broker engagement to you this morning.
That's a lie. You're saying that because Pierre Chaminade didn't take up the option on your contract. You begged Steph to use her influence, and she refused. You found out that a pretty face and a slinky figure wouldn't get you everything. So you resorted to murder.
Why, you lying rat.
Just a minute. Now, look. There's only one bullet hole, so only one of you could be the murderer. I'd like to make everybody happy by arresting you both. But that wouldn't be ethical. But what's the setup?
Just as you say it, Inspector. It seems there were some tennis matches this morning. Miss Brett, that is, Stephanie Brett, pleaded a headache and announced she was going to the library to rest.
Well, it was an old trick of hers. She knew that every man within earshot would sneak up here and pay homage to her.
Oh, she was that kind of a babe, was she?
She was worse than that. She loved the power she held over men.
Stop that, Hayla. What you're saying isn't true.
It is true, and you know it, Orion. Every man at whom Stephanie ever smiled knew it. She wasn't human.
Miss Brett, I don't suppose that you visited Stephanie while she was resting here in the library?
Yes, I did.
Oh?
Rather, I tried to. There was someone ahead of me.
A man?
Yes. Pierre Chaminade.
Chaminade?
Pierre Chaminade is an expert on beautiful women, Inspector. He acts as agent for about 50 of them, hires them out as models.
Sounds like a nice business.
Behind the back of Pierre Chaminade, you talk about him, eh? Monsieur and Mademoiselle, these I do not like. Explain, please.
Well, how do you like that? Listen, chummy, where did you come from?
Where did I come from? Such a silly question. In my own house, he asked me where I'd come from. Who are you? Explain, please.
Say, look, you...
Inspector, do you mind?
No, go ahead and tell him who we are.
Mr. Chaminade, I'm Barton Drake, a private detective. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
The police. Explain, please.
Miss Hayla Brett and Mr. Orion Cooper, you know, of course. The young lady there by the telephone...
Stephanie, with her I'm very well acquainted. She... Mon Dieu. What is this? She's shot in the head. She's dead, we?
Quite dead.
Explain, please.
Listen, how about you doing a little explaining? We happen to know you were in here talking with a gal just before she was murdered.
Oh-ho. So the wind blows toward Pierre Chaminade, do we?
Yeah, right smack dab in your direction.
You think I did this thing, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Explain, please.
Now, look, Frenchy, suppose we ask the questions. Why did you shoot her?
Inspector, you're a fool. Shoot her? I did not do so. I think the man who shoot her is Monsieur Cooper.
Why, you know...
Take it easy, Cooper. What makes you think Cooper is the murderer, Chaminade?
Oh, it is simple. Stephanie is about to die because of some strange disease only I know about. Today she tells this to Monsieur Cooper. From him she has some letters for which she demands money. Monsieur Cooper does not like this. So, poof, in the head, he shoots her.
Hello, Evening Ledger. This is Barton Drake. Yes, that's right. What time does the first edition of your paper go to press, please? 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Well, Inspector, anything new?
No. I've been questioning the guests for 2 hours and got nowhere. I hate beautiful women, especially those long-legged, shafty kind.
Well, when we've got more time, Inspector, I'm going to find out just what your type is. But first, has a report come in from the fingerprint department of headquarters?
Not yet. You know, Bart, there's something screwy about this whole setup.
Oh, so?
Yeah. The girl was lying dead in this room for more than an hour. All that time, the telephone that she had used was off the hook.
Oh, I see what you mean. There are at least a half a dozen extension phones on the same line.
Sure.
Stands to reason someone would have tried to call.
Yeah. And everyone swears he didn't go near a telephone. Now, that guy Chaminade...
You can take it from me, Inspector. That Pierre Chaminade is a phony.
Yeah. How do you know?
His so-called accent. Why, it's a cross between French Canuck, Spanish, and East Side New York.
Putting on an act, eh? Why?
I don't know. Possibly only to impress his clients. Well, let's get to work. The way I see it, we've got 3 suspects. Chaminade, Haley Brett, and Orion Cooper.
And all of them claim it was the other fellow that shot Stephanie. Nice people.
Well, let's begin with the most likely suspect first, Orion Cooper. He's up in his room now, waiting for us. Mr. Cooper, do I understand that you were here in your room between the hours of 1:30 and 2:30 this afternoon?
Yes, I was.
You were alone?
Yes.
No one entered or left the room?
That's right.
You stated earlier that you were reading your paper during that hour.
Yes, I was. Why? What are you trying to prove? If you think that I murdered Stephanie, you're wasting your time.
Well, we got plenty of it to waste. You had as good a reason as anyone to murder the girl, and we both think...
I'm going to lie just to save your skin here, Charlotte. You're crazy. Right now, I'm going to...
Come in, Miss Brett. And Chaminade.
Here we are all together again, just like dear familiar friends.
Yes, well, this I do not like. If you will excuse me, I'll be back.
We will please excuse nothing. Come back here.
We explain, please.
Explain, please, yourself. What was it you wanted Miss Brett to lie about?
Oh, it wasn't nothing. I make the big joke.
Okay. Or it didn't sound like a joke to me.
What was it all about, Miss Brett?
He wanted me to tell you and Inspector Danton that I was mistaken when I said I heard him talking to Stephanie just before she was murdered.
So that's it.
Please. It was the reputation of the great Pierre Chaminade of which I was thinking. It would not be good for business.
So, you wanted to make me out a liar to save your precious reputation. Why,
Please.
you...
I'm thinking only of my lovely girl.
Oh, shut up, Chaminade. What? What are you looking at that newspaper for?
I was just wondering if this was the paper Mr. Cooper was reading during the solitary hour he spent in this room. Is it, Mr. Cooper?
Yes? Why?
You see, this is today's issue of the Ledger. It went to press at 1:30 p.m. If you didn't leave your room between the hours of 1:30 and 2:30, and no one visited you, how did this newspaper get up here?
Why,
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, this is Danton. How are you, Sam? What? 2 sets of prints, eh? Okay, thanks. That was the fingerprint department. There were 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. Stephanie Brett's and Haley Brett's. Well, Miss Brett, you got to talk fast to get yourself out of this one.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
No, of course you didn't. You only tried to. Stephanie saw the gun in your hand and grabbed at it. You struggled, the gun went off, Stephanie fell to the floor, and you dropped the gun and got out of there. It couldn't be any more perfect.
That's not true. We didn't struggle, and there wasn't a shot.
Then you do admit coming into the library.
Well, yes, I wanted to talk to Steph alone. It was the first chance I'd had since Pierre told me he wasn't going to take up my option. I knew that Steph could help if she wanted. Hello, Steph. Feeling better?
Why, Cousin Haley, this is a surprise. Were you really worried?
Oh, of course. It must be terrible to have those dreadful headaches.
Oh, your deep concern touches me, cousin. I suppose you skip the balderdash and tell me what's really on your mind.
Why,
Oh, don't look so shocked, darling. You came here to ask me to try and talk Pierre into renewing your contract, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did. Steph, you've got to help me. Pierre will do anything you say. You know what will happen if it gets out that he let my option lapse.
I know exactly what will happen. You'll be washed up. Finished. Your dream of a Hollywood contract will disappear into thin air.
Then you will help me?
No. No. This is a moment I've waited a long time for, Cousin Haley. I hate you. I've hated you since the day I asked you to help me get a job with Pierre.
Oh, I did help you. I did everything I could.
That's a lie. You did nothing. You pretended to help, but all the time you were sticking a knife in my back. You were jealous and suspicious and afraid. Oh, yes. Pierre told me how you helped.
Pierre told you?
Pierre and you were sweethearts. He told me that, too. Well, he's tired of you now. You're through, darling, and you might as well get used to the idea.
You can't do this to me, Stephanie. You can't. I'll kill you. What are you doing in that straw? Taylor, it's a gun, darling. A beautiful, ugly little gun. I just remember that Pierre kept it here. How fortunate. Oh, so that's it. You're going to kill me. Darling, that's a laugh. You haven't the nerve. Oh, haven't I? Haven't I? Well, I'll show you.
Explain, please.
Stephanie was right. I didn't have the nerve to shoot her. Even if Pierre hadn't appeared.
So, then what did you do?
Well, I threw the gun on the floor and ran past Pierre out into the hall. The door to the den was open, so I went in. I wanted to be alone. I knew that nothing I could do now would change Stephanie's mind.
Well, now, think of that. I was wrong all the time, wasn't I?
How long were Pierre and Stephanie together in the library, Miss Brett?
I don't know. It didn't matter then.
Did you hear the shot?
Yes, but not until after Orion had come along the corridor.
Orion?
Now, look here, Haley.
Oh, what's the use, Orion? He'll get the truth sooner or later. I already know you were lying when you said you were in your room all the time.
That, Miss Brett, is good advice. Well, Cooper?
This is preposterous. I had nothing to do with it.
Then you won't mind telling us why you left your room and later lied about it.
I can explain about the newspaper easy enough.
That's what we're waiting for, brother.
Oh, very well. At 2:15, I went down to get the newspaper from the hall table. I heard angry voices coming from behind the library door. I knew that Stephanie had gone there to rest, so naturally I was in.
This thing you cannot do to me, Stephanie. The great lover.
Yeah, what is the meaning of this? Why are you shouting at Stephanie?
I'll tell you, Monsieur Cooper. You of all people should know.
Pierre, please.
So now it's Pierre, please. Very well. Perhaps now you'll listen to my proposition, oui?
Oh, yes, I'll agree to anything, only please.
Bon, the contract. Tear it up, please.
I haven't it with me. You should know that.
Look here, what's all this talk about a contract? I demand an explanation.
And an explanation you will have, monsieur. Mademoiselle Brett has...
Please, Pierre, please.
No, you're pulling the double cross, Miss Brett. Of these I'm sure. So Monsieur Cooper should know.
No? Know what?
That Mademoiselle Brett has a brain tumor. In 6 months, maybe less, poof, she'll be dead.
You despicable beast!
And now, with your lover, I leave you, Miss Stephanie Brett. Au revoir.
Is this true, Stephanie? Oh, my dear. My dear.
I didn't want you to know. I wanted just a few more days together. As we were before.
Of course, darling. Of course. Stephanie.
Yes, Orion.
Stephanie, darling. The letters.
The letters?
Those that I wrote you. Perhaps it would be better... would it be, discreet if we allowed them to be found among your possessions?
You too?
Don't misunderstand me, my dear. It's only that
I think it might injure your reputation as a great lover if the letters you wrote me were found.
That's ridiculous.
What a fool I was to believe you ever loved me. When it was only the fact that I was Pierre Chaminad's most promising model that attracted you.
Stephanie, please, you mustn't carry on.
You're all alike. All of you. Pierre demanded that I destroy my contract because if one of his lovely models were to tie it would harm his reputation. And now this from you.
Stephanie.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Nothing I could do for the poor thing, so I left her.
Very decent of you, Cooper.
Yeah, very. So what happened then?
I was halfway up the stairs when I heard the shot.
Well?
Naturally, I ran back down the stairs to see what had happened.
And what had happened?
When I reached the hallway, I found Haley standing outside the library door. Pierre was just beyond her.
That's a lie, Orion. You were already in the hallway when I came from the den.
Ridiculous. I've already told you
I used to tell the grand lie. Pierre, I have to find out that...
And you were in the hall, too, when I appeared.
Oh, no.
Haley was at the library door. I saw her.
Next, you'll say you saw me shoot Stephanie.
That I would not doubt.
Nor I.
Why, you unmitigated scoundrel.
Haley, a murder suspect should control herself. Anything you say...
Just a minute. I'll get it. Drake speaking. Oh, hello, Ryan. I see. That's just what I needed. Yes. Thank you. That was Medical Examiner Ryan, Inspector. Hatred and greed and an overabundance of beauty can be a dreadful thing, Hala. Now I know beyond a shadow of a doubt who fired that shot, Inspector.
Okay, Bart. So, who fired the shot that killed Stephanie Brett?
I wish I could say that all three of our suspects had fired it. One is no less responsible than another for Stephanie's death.
Why, the idea...
I don't follow you, Drake.
Explain, please.
Selfishness, greed, and vanity, those are the true murderers. Hatred and suspicion and jealousy, those are the motives.
Yeah, Bart, but look, who fired the shot?
Stephanie did.
Stephanie? You mean she killed herself?
But I thought she couldn't have.
Can you blame her? You all hated her. We're all jealous of her. Stephanie hated you. She saw a chance for revenge. The gun was on the floor. It belonged to Pierre. Kayla's fingerprints were on it. She knew that Orion had been seen in the library a few minutes before. If it weren't for one little detail, she might have succeeded in sending you all to the chair.
One detail? What was that?
In order that the police would lose no time in apprehending one or all three of the murderers, Stephanie called me on the phone.
Yeah, that's right.
She said she'd been shot, was dying. I heard the crash over the phone as she fell. Naturally, I found her in the library with the phone off the hook. I assumed that she'd been murdered.
Yeah, naturally.
Working on this premise, not knowing the bitter hatred in her heart, it was not until medical examiner Ryan called me and said that Stephanie had been killed instantly that I realized she couldn't have been murdered.
Now I get it. If Stephanie was killed instantly, she couldn't have called you first. Dead people don't talk over telephone.
That's it, Inspector. Stephanie called me, put on her act, and then shot herself.
Bart, we're a great team. Now, if you hadn't called me and suggested...
Watch yourself, Inspector. Remember, mystery is my hobby.
Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost actors, Mason Adams and Santos Ortega, in The Devil and the Deep Blue Sea.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. Our story begins in that part of the Caribbean Sea known as the Great Bahama Bank, which lies north of Cuba. In the calm, sparkling sea are two ships, a British destroyer and a small schooner. The schooner is a derelict and barely afloat. There's great activity aboard the destroyer as its longboat returns from the schooner. A few moments later, Chief Petty Officer Warren reports to the captain of the destroyer.
Yes, Warren?
Schooner's American, sir. The Golden Queen out of Key West. We found one man aboard. He was unconscious. He's in sick bay receiving medical attention.
Has he regained consciousness yet?
No, sir. He's in bad shape. We found him lying in the hold of the schooner. The cabin and rigging were completely gone.
Yes, well, evidently the schooner received the full force of that hurricane 10 days ago. Probably the other crew members were swept overboard.
Yes, sir. I've a letter which might throw some light on the subject, sir.
A letter?
Yes, sir. I found it clenched in the unconscious man's hand. Here you are, sir.
Let me see. Written in pencil. Pages are dry now, but they seem to have been soaked with seawater.
Yes, sir.
A bit difficult to read. Let's see, it begins...
It seems impossible that with the hurricane that is now sweeping over this ship, anyone will ever read these words that I am writing. The rigging and cabin are gone, and the ship is taking on water. As I lie here in the hold, I feel it can only be a matter of moments until the end. But if by some miracle this ship should survive, I leave this letter
as a record of the cruise of the Golden Queen. It all began last December 5th when 4 companions and myself sailed out of Key West. All of us, Chuck Riker, Sam Morris, Pete Ross, Harry Martin, and myself, Bill Storm, had been in the Navy together during the war. We had all pooled our savings and bought the schooner Golden Queen. Our destination, Flamingo Cay, some 450 miles to the southeast of Key West. Our objective, to recover treasure from an English pirate ship reported sunk by a Spanish man-of-war at Flamingo Cay in 1632. As we reeled off mile after mile, the days were hot and bright, the nights a dark blue velvet, with a sky full of stars, and a good breeze filled the high white spread of sails. As we sailed the same waters that countless treasure ships had sailed only a few centuries ago, there was a growing sense of excitement and anticipation aboard the Golden Queen. At dawn on the 6th day of our trip, our lookout sighted Flamingo Cay.
Hey, that's it. 3 points to starboard.
Bill, that is Flamingo Cay, isn't it?
That's it, all right. Steady as she goes.
Steady as she goes.
Here, hold one end of the chart down.
Sure, Bill.
Now, here's Flamingo Cay, and here's Pirates Lagoon.
Pirates Lagoon?
Yeah.
According to the log of the Spanish man-of-war, that's where the English pirate ship headed in, trying to escape the Spanish.
The pirate captain sailed across the entrance to the lagoon, and a hidden route wide open. Sank with all hands in less than a minute.
And with all its stolen treasure still aboard.
300-year-old log of the Spanish man-of-war is right. The pirate ship is on the bottom of that lagoon directly ahead.
That lagoon is sort of big, isn't it?
Yeah, it isn't going to be easy. Back steady as she goes. A few minutes later, the Golden Queen drove through the small opening in the jagged ring of reef and slid into the calm, smooth water of the lagoon. The anchor chain clanked as the big hook splashed into the water and found bottom. We had arrived at our destination. That afternoon, we lowered a small boat and began the tedious job of rowing back and forth across the lagoon, peering down into the crystal clear water, looking for some indication of the wrecked pirate craft. Our eyes began to ache from the reflected sunlight as we scanned the bottom of the lagoon hour after hour. As one day of searching followed another, our spirits fell. It was on the 6th day that our luck changed.
Hey, stop rowing. Bill, look.
What? I don't see a thing.
No, keep looking at the bottom where I'm pointing.
Oh, it just looks like a large mass of coral covered with marine growth.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, but the marine growth. Can't you see the muzzle of a cannon sticking through?
Hey, you may be right. It does look like the muzzle of a cannon.
Do you think that marine-covered mass to be the...
Sure, it's the pirate wreck.
Sam, I think you found it. Chuck, drop a boy to mark the spot.
Right, Bill.
Now let's get back to the Golden Queen and get the diving equipment ready. This may be it. An hour later, I was in the diving suit. Sam gave the helmet the 8th turn that fastened and locked it. The faceplate was slammed shut, and I could feel the air coming through my lines from the pump. I stepped onto the diving platform, and a moment later was descending into the clear, warm water. Fish of all colors darted about me as I was slowly lowered. My weighted boots struck bottom at 130 feet. Following the beam of light over my helmet, I peered into the wall of water around me. Suddenly, my heart began pounding with excitement. So less than 200 feet away was the large marine-covered mass of coral. I began to cautiously make my way toward it, keeping a careful eye out for sharks and morays which abounded in these waters. As I made my way closer, I could clearly see that the marine growth covered an old hulk. The ship lay on its side with a huge gaping hole in the broken hull. Scattered on the floor of the lagoon were ancient barnacle-encrusted cannon, guns, and timbers. Beyond a doubt, it was the wreck of the English pirate ship. I signaled on my line, and Sam sent down the explosives that were to be used to blast the hull. I wasted no time in planting the charges in the hull. It was just as I had finished that I heard his voice.
So you've come for Captain Murdoch's treasure, eh?
I whirled about clumsily, instinctively. But I was alone. Then I heard it again.
They've all come for my treasure. cutthroats and cut purses, gulls and conies. And they've all left their schemes.
Again, I whirled about, seeking for that voice, but there was nothing at all. I could feel a scream welling up within me. As the voice spoke again, I gave 3 sharp tugs on my line. It was the emergency signal.
You'll be back, laddie. But remember, it's Captain Murdoch you've got to deal with. Captain Murdoch.
Keep the pumps going, Pete, till I get the faceplate open. Okay. Hey, Bill, I was wrong. Why'd you give the emergency signal?
Jesus, why did it cease? Bill, what happened? Was it an octopus?
An octopus? Yeah.
Yeah, sure, these waters are full of them. You should have taken a saddle and torch down with you. They don't like torches.
Yeah.
You just take it easy for a while.
Bill, did you plant the explosive?
Sure.
Pete, detonate the explosive.
Okay, here goes.
They didn't go off. Bill, you're sure you made the connection?
I made them all right.
Well, they must have gotten loose. We'll just have to try again.
What about my going down?
No.
Why not?
Well, because Chuck's only a beginner, and he's never gone down that deep.
You got a point there.
Well, okay. Means we'll have to wait until tomorrow.
Yeah. Phil'll go down as soon as it's daylight and plant some more explosives. Right, Bill?
Right. Well, that night I lay awake in my bunk, going over and over in my mind the dive I had made and the strange voice I had heard. I kept telling myself that it had been an hallucination, that must be it. Being in pirate waters, the excitement of the search, going down to 130 feet, all had combined to create this hallucination. It was the only possible answer. What other answer could there be? Morning came and I donned the diving suit. Sam handed me an acetylene torch. And a few minutes later, I was descending into the calm, green water. I touched bottom only a few feet from the wreck and signaled Sam to send down the explosives. As I waited, I found myself constantly turning in a circle, peering through my faceplate at the well of water which pressed in on me. The explosives were lowered to me, and I planted them in the hull. As I finished, I heard that voice once again.
You've come back, have you?
He spoke. I could feel cold shivers running through my body, and I fought the impulse to give the emergency signal.
Aye. That's the curse of treasure. Once a man tends it, there's no turning back. Ask me, laddie. Captain Murdoch. I'll tell you.
Where are you?
Where am I? Half the fish that stripped me of me flesh and left me bones is a warning to the likes of you. Look at you. Huddling about like a jackanapes to see me. Hey, you fool. Did you think the spirit of a man could descend?
What do you want?
The 3 centuries I've haunted this accursed wreck, waiting for the likes of you. And now you've come. A treasure, laddie, such as you've never seen. Rubies and diamonds, pearls and sapphires, silver and gold. The wealth I saw from a dozen Spanish galleons. I'll share it with you, if you agree to my terms.
Terms?
Aye, laddie, terms. First, I'll share with you and only you. For the others, a dagger or the plank.
A dagger? Or the plank?
Aye. Many's the crew that felt my steel when there's been treasure to share.
You mean murder, Sam, Chuck, and the others?
Aye.
Your boys. What you're saying, it's all an hallucination. It must be. I'm just hearing things.
I cannot word. What manner of weeping is this? What the steel do the men have done?
Stop talking. Stop talking. Do you hear? I won't do it. I won't.
You do it, laddie. Or you'll ne'er take my treasure.
Who's to stop me? A voice?
A sheer hallucination?
Captain Murdoch, laddie. Captain Murdoch.
You're just a voice. You can't stop me, but don't. You're choking me. Stop.
Can't feel me, laddie. But you can feel me rat, can you not?
Let go.
You'll find me a reasonable captain if you follow me orders. But if you don't, laddie, you'll ne'er see the sun again. Now these are my sons. Say haste to my work.
How is he, Sam? All right. You're just coming to. All right, take it easy, Bill. Just lie where you are.
What happened?
Well, I signaled you while you were on the bottom, but you didn't answer, so we hauled you up, but fast. We didn't even stop for decompression stages.
It made you pass out.
I don't know.
Maybe your airline got snarled on the rack.
Maybe.
Did you plant the explosive?
Yeah.
All right. Pete, detonate it.
Okay. Hang on to something.
That did it.
Look at all those pieces of wood and dead fish coming up to the surface.
Yeah. That explosion must have ripped the wreck wide open. Ought to be soft pickings from here on in. What do you say, Bill?
Yeah, soft pickings.
All right, come on, boys. Let's get the diving equipment in A1 shape. Tomorrow's the big day.
All that night I lay awake in my bunk, staring into the dark, trying not to think of that voice. But there was no escaping. I could hear his every word over and over, relentlessly pounding into my brain, till I could no longer think for myself. As I donned the diving suit shortly after dawn, I could see Sam and the others eyeing me curiously as they helped me on with my equipment. 15 minutes later, I was on the bottom, making my way towards the wreck. The stern portion of the hulk had been blown into hundreds of fragments, and the floor of the lagoon was littered with old firearms, metal armor, broken gun fronts, and cannonballs. As I picked my way through the debris, he spoke.
Come for the treasure, eh, laddie? Now that you and me are partners, you're welcome to it. And what a treasure it is.
Where is it?
You'll find 4 chests buried under that wreckage to your starboard.
There?
Aye. It took 12 ships and 1,000 lives to make up that treasure. Wait till you set eye on the precious stones I plucked from the San Cristo Domingo. Worth the king's ransom.
These chests are filled with treasure?
Aye. And well you might gape. Lash that rope around them, laddie. It's heavy they are.
They must each weigh at least 500 pounds.
Aye. Lash them snugly. With our fortune you have there, laddie. We'll buy the world for us.
All right, hold still, will you, Bill? I'm trying to get your helmet off. There. Look at it, boy.
4 chests, Bill, filled to the brim with jewels and gold. Just look at it. Sam, what do you think it's worth?
5 million, maybe 10, even 20. Who knows? Look at this diamond. Why, it's the size of an egg. There's no telling what it's worth.
Some of the other diamonds are almost as big.
Boy, we really hit the jackpot.
Why, Bill, what's wrong? You haven't said a thing.
I guess I'm tired. Help me out of this suit.
Why, sure. Give me a hand, boys. This is the guy who did it for us.
We sure did.
I don't mind helping you, but this is hardly the kind of work for millionaires.
Now you're talking, Pete. And, boy, just as soon as we get Bill out of this diving suit, we'll weigh anchor for Key West.
Well, I gotta...
What do you mean, no?
Let's stick around so that I can make another dive tomorrow. I may have overlooked a couple of chests.
Well, that's hardly likely.
No, you've done enough diving, Bill. I don't mind telling you that you've had us all worried these past couple of days.
Yeah. You've been acting kind of strange.
That's wrong with him that $1 million won't cure.
Sun's already setting. We'll leave tomorrow.
Okay. I guess another night here can't make much difference. We'll weigh anchor at dawn. Now let's get these 4 chests below.
That night I lay in my bunk, waiting, watching. First Sam, then Pete, then Harry fell asleep. I slipped quietly out of my bunk, crossed the cabin, and stepped out on deck. A full moon shone down on the Golden Queen, and I could see Chuck, who was on watch, standing near the wheel, smoking. As I approached, he turned and saw me.
Hello, Bill. Couldn't sleep, huh?
No.
What about the others?
They're sleeping.
Don't see how they can do it. I'm so excited I couldn't. All I can think of is the treasure and what I'm going to do with my share.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Don't sound very enthused.
I guess I'm just tired.
Those dives you made must have taken a lot out of you.
Yeah. It did. Is that a ship out there?
Where?
There, 3 points to start.
I'm looking, but I don't see any.
I caught him and he dropped, then I carefully eased his body over the rail and let go. He hit the water with only a small splash and was gone. When dawn came, the others had followed. I was alone on the Golden Queen. Alone? No, that isn't quite correct. He was aboard. I couldn't see him, but he was with me all right. With his assistance, I weighed anchor. A half hour later, using the auxiliary engine, the Golden Queen slipped through the opening in the lagoon and out to sea. For a day and a night, I stood at the wheel, and when I was exhausted, he took over. It was on the fourth day that the hurricane caught me. Within the first hour, it swept the rigging and cabin overboard and left me helpless. Mountainous waves, one after another, are breaking over the Golden Queen.
And only a miracle can save me. If I go down, and surely I must, at least he'll go with me. I realize now, too late, that... The letter ends at this point.
What do you mark it, Victor?
Make of it? Well, it's obviously the letter of an insane mind. Bill Storm, the unconscious man that you found aboard the derelict, became demented when his 4 companions were swept overboard during the hurricane. And, as a result, wrote this fantastic letter.
Sir, while searching through Storm's pockets for the identification, I found these.
3 coins.
Yes. If you scrape the brown crust off them, you'll see they're gold pieces.
Look here. These coins are hundreds of years old.
Yes.
And that part of the letter about recovering sunken treasure might possibly have been true. Did you find any chests aboard the derelict?
No, sir. It was swept as clean as a whistle.
Well, perhaps it wasn't only the loss of his 4 companions, but the loss of the treasure as well that sent Storm out of his mind. Yes.
Sir, do you think there might have been anything to do with this Captain Murdoch he mentions in the letter?
Certainly not. Don't be ridiculous. I'm amazed at you, Warren. Next, you'll be telling me that you believe in ghosts.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Come along to the sick bay. We'll see if Storm has regained consciousness yet.
If fellow Storm, he seems to be regaining consciousness, sir. He's opening his heart. Can't make out where he is.
All right, now, Storm, just lie quietly. Don't try to speak. You're quite safe now. You're aboard a British destroyer. The doctor says you're going to be all right.
He's trying to say something, sir.
No, don't try to speak, Storm. Just lie quietly and take it right. What was that?
He was asking us about the treasure.
Oh, yes, the treasure. Well, I'll get to that, Storm, in just a moment. But the main thing to remember is that it's a miracle that you survived. You know, I read that fantastic letter you wrote, and I can only attribute it to the shock and grief of losing your shipmates in the hurricane. Never read such utter claptrap, pirate ghosts indeed. As for the treasure, I'm sorry to say that the hurricane swept your schooner clean. All that Chief Warren found were these 3 gold coins. The rest, I'm afraid, is gone.
Gone?
Yes, my good man, swept overboard.
Swept overboard? Why, you
sniveling, perfumed, white-bellied girl. Do you think the likes of you can keep my treasure from me? Ask the others that tried it. Black Irish, Billy Bones, the Frenchman, Captain Bull. They felt my steel and left their bones to bleach in the sun. Bring me my chest, or I'll rip your tongue out and hang it to the highest yardarm. It sure as my name is Captain Murdoch.
My good man, excuse me. You're out of your mind. Warren, help!
You, Captain Murdoch, treasure, would you? Let's see out of the world, laddie boy. If I did the other, you'll never keep Murdoch's treasure. No use struggling, laddie. You're done for.
The mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Or was the captain of the British destroyer choked to death? Oh, no, he was saved. I've never been the same since. As for poor old Bill Storm, well, he's now safely under lock and key. He still speaks in 17th century English and insists he's Captain Murdoch. And now and then, he buttonholes one of his attendants and whispers of fabulous loot to be won on the high seas through piracy. But so far, he's been unable to muster up the crew. That reminds me of next week's story, The Accusing Corpse. It's about a murderer who discovered that the dead sometimes arise from the grave to... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the Mysterious Traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Robert Louis Stevenson startled the world when he gave it Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, this masterly portrayal of the warring forces of good and evil forever struggling for ascendancy in every human breast. But the child is ever father to the man, and for that reason we took you back in our last episode to Henry Jekyll's early boyhood, to mark the traces of that strange duality of nature, which in after years were to bear such bitter fruits. A simple childish quarrel with Margaret Utterson, daughter of his father's dearest friend, rouses the latent demon in Henry, and the result is an accident which may well have led to tragedy. But Margaret escapes with minor injuries, and that night his father, Edward Jekyll, reveals to Mr. Utterson the dark forebodings as to Henry's future. Some years elapse, and we now see the young Jekyll as a tall stripling of 17, nearing the end of his college days, and to all outward appearances, as handsome and fine a young man as one would wish to see. The scene is the seniors' room, and the time, that brief hour between supper time and the evening prep.
What do you think, fellas? Markham's been expelled.
What? Well, serve him right. He's had chances enough. He knew what he was asking for, breaking bounds like that.
But even if he did, it seems a bit hot sending him down to that.
It wasn't merely breaking bounds, my little innocent. It was what he did with his illicit liberty. I warned him that the head wouldn't stand for any more little frolics in Thorley Woods.
Thorley Woods? What was he doing there?
Picking blackberries, of course.
But, shut up, you lot.
Well, what's the matter with our Mr. Jekyll tonight? Not looking his usual cheery self. Not upset by the sad fate of little Mark the baby Romeo, are you?
Well, what are you so smug about, anyhow? Mark's been unlucky, that's all.
True enough, my friend. Who am I to cast the stone?
Oh, I forgot. Rogers told me the head wanted to see you, Jekyll.
Where is he?
In his study.
All right.
Now, don't any of you others pinch my chair while I'm away.
You'll be gone for an hour, old chap. No doubt the head wants to get a little guidance from his head prefect on how to put down vice in the senior school.
Oh, dry up, Pelton. You're a poisonous toad.
Well, at least everybody knows it.
Why, what do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Pray allow me to open the door for your holiness to pass through.
Don't be an ass. What are you always picking on Jekyll for, Pelton?
Oh, he's so confoundedly irreproachable, he gets on my nerves. The fellow's hardly human. Always tops the list in exams, never misses a class, has all the blues for sport, and I don't doubt kneels down by the side of his blameless bed every night and prays for mere sinners like you and me. He's too good to be true.
Come in. Jekyll, come in and sit down.
Thank you, sir.
I want to have a talk to you about this affair of Markham's. Most unpleasant business.
Yes, sir.
As head prefect, I repose a confidence in you that isn't shared by the other boys. I want your complete frankness, Jekyll.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate what you've said.
Have you noticed the peculiar change that's come over some of the boys in the senior school during the last few months?
In what way, sir?
In a loosening of discipline. A general decline of moral standard. This affair of Markham's is only a culmination of a series of things that have been taking place for some time. Markham was found in Thorley Wood last Saturday afternoon with one of the maids from the Horsham Arms, and in a state of, well, one can only call it drunkenness.
Markham was?
Oh, you find it hard to believe. So do I, Jekyll. But there can be no possible mistake. Mr. Finch, the classic master, was walking through the woods with his wife, and, what they saw made it impossible for me to allow young Markham to remain at this college any longer.
I see.
But Markham was not alone. There was another boy with him, but he was apparently sober and heard the sound of footsteps. He ran away through the undergrowth before either Mr. or Mrs. Finch could see who it was.
And Markham didn't say who he was?
And refused to say a word. Jekyll, have you any idea as to who this other boy could be?
I, sir? Why, no, I haven't the least idea.
I have a feeling that if we could find him, we may put our fingers on the cause of all this unpleasantness that's been happening during the past few months. A boy like Markham wouldn't have sunk to that sort of thing unless someone had influenced him. Mind you, I'm not asking you to spy out on your friends, but I do hope I can count on your help in clearing up this matter. Markham's life is ruined. I can't stand by and see other boys destroy themselves without doing everything in my power to stop it. You understand, Jekyll?
Yes, sir. I understand, sir.
We must stamp out this vicious thing that suddenly appeared in the school, as one would put one's heel on the head of a reptile. And with as little pity. You would not be guilty of treachery, I want to point that out, if you told me anything you knew or suspected.
No, sir. I understand that perfectly, sir.
Good. Well, I can rely on you. Come to me if you have any idea as to who is at the bottom of this, and everything you tell me will be treated with the greatest confidence. You haven't any suspicions offhand, have you?
No, sir. Not the remotest idea. Why, I can't imagine anyone who could do such a thing, sir.
Well, keep your eyes and ears open and report to me immediately. Oh, there's the bell for evening prep. I won't keep you any longer. Oh, Jekyll, when do you sit for your exams?
At the end of next month, sir.
I'd be sorry to lose you. Going to do medicine, aren't you?
Medicine and science, sir.
I expect you to do well. You've always been a credit to us, Jekyll.
Thank you, sir. I hope I always shall be, sir.
By the way, you might have a word with young Markham sometime this evening. He asked to see you. It mightn't do any harm to talk to him.
Where is he, sir?
Up in the tower room. I thought it best to put him there, away from all the other boys.
I'll see him before I go to bed, sir.
And don't forget, report back to me anything of interest he might have to tell you. Good night, Jekyll. Just close the door, will you?
there? It's me, Jekyll. Oh. The head said you wanted to see me.
Yes, I did. I wanted to tell you what a swine you are, Jekyll, but it doesn't seem to matter now.
Oh, well. I'd just go ahead if it helps.
It'll take more than that to help me. You understand what this means, don't you?
Yes, I think I do.
I wonder. Your people are rich. Mine aren't. It's taken a lot of doing without to send me here. Can you guess what it's going to be like when I have to face them tomorrow?
Well, I'll make it up to you. I swear I will.
Give me a clean sheet and a chance to start again? Oh, no. Not even all your money can do that. They don't take men into the civil service with a kind of record I'm going to have when I leave here. I've made an unholy mess of things now. I'll suffer for it for the rest of my life. The worst of it is that others have to suffer too. My people are old. I'm their only child. They've scrimped and saved to send me to this college. The things I've been going to do, the career I've been going to have has been the whole meaning of life to them. Tomorrow when they come here to see the head, they've got to be told it's finished. I'd rather have died than do this to them.
Good Lord, has the world come to an end because you can't go into the civil service?
Oh, I hate you, Jekyll. You're so devilishly clever. Not a single soul suspects you. I suppose the head sent you here tonight to find out who my accomplice was. That's funny. That's one secret I can be sure of you keeping to yourself. You're not likely to go down and tell him it was you?
Shut up, will you? Shut up. If you keep on shouting at the top of your lungs, there'll be no need to tell him.
So you're no more anxious to be found out than I was.
Of course I'm not. Who wants to pay the penalty for the sins he commits?
But you will, Jekyll. Someday you will. You can get away with it for a long time if you're clever enough. But eventually it'll all catch up with you.
Not me. I'll get away with it always. I'll find a way somehow.
I could prove you're wrong right now.
How?
By going downstairs and telling the head who was with me that day in Thornley Wood.
You wouldn't do that, Markham.
I'm not so sure that I wouldn't. Why should I take the whole of it? If it hadn't been for you, I'd never have gone there. Never have spoken to those girls, never drunk their beastly wine.
But you wouldn't tell the head, Markham.
I would, I tell... Jekyll. Good heavens, Jekyll. Why are you looking at me like that? What's come over you? Don't stare at me that way. Your eyes. What's the matter with your eyes? Keep away. What are you going to do? Don't bury your teeth like that. You're terrible. Jekyll, don't. Don't.
Keep away from that window. Keep away, you fool!
He's fallen. Down to the ground. Onto the stones. His body's lying there. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. He jumped of his own accord. I never touched him.
What's the matter? What's going on in there?
Oh, it's Markham, sir. He threw himself out of the window, right before my very eyes. Oh, it was horrible. I'll never forget it as long as I live. Stand back, boys.
My dear Jekyll, this is terrible. What a tragic finish. Sit down in this chair. Oh, get him some brandy, someone. He's going to faint.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. No tale from beyond the frontier of mysterious Tibet or from the depths of dark Africa is more weird than tonight's unsolved mystery, laid in California. A mystery which, for downright eeriness, rivals the imaginative writings of an Arthur Conan Doyle. The scene is a famous war correspondent's home in Hollywood, California. A group of guests, seated comfortably on the wide veranda, watch the twinkling lights of the film colony. And every so often the stabbing finger of a giant searchlight cuts the deep blue of the sky and loses itself in the unfathomable spaces beyond. A prominent motion picture director sweeps his arm over the scene as he turns from the veranda rail to face the group.
Oh, I know everything's swell in Hollywood, but sometimes I'd like to get away from it all. Go someplace to rest where no one would ask any questions and where I could be alone.
And where no one would say yes.
Yes, instead of being asked questions and telling people what to do, I'd like to ask a few questions myself.
But would you like having someone tell you what to do? You've been an important director for a long time now. Taking orders from someone else might not be so easy.
Well, I'd like to try it. Yeah, it's getting late. I guess we ought to be letting you get to bed, Bill.
Oh, don't mind me. After all, I can get up when I like. I don't have to be on the lot at dawn.
But we really ought to be going. Come on, Bob.
I'll get you a wrap.
Wait behind a minute when the others are gone, pal.
Righto.
Good night, Bill. As always, we've had a swell time.
Good night.
Good night, Bill. Good night, Bill.
Sit down, Al.
Oh, why so serious, Bill?
I want to talk to you.
Yes?
Listen, old man. If you don't let up, you're going to crack. You can't go on the way you've been doing, working almost night and day, turning out super colossals. Oh, I'm not being sarcastic. Everybody knows that you're the director. But even genius must have a rest.
Yes, Bill, you're right, but
Wait. You said a few moments ago that you'd like to go somewhere where you'd do the questioning, where you'd be ordered about.
And I mean it. I wasn't just talking.
Well, I'll tell you where to go, but you must make me a promise.
Yes? I'll promise.
When I've told you, you must go. And you must go with no idea of personal profit or gain. No idea of using what you may find for picture material. Else, I don't know what might happen to you.
I promise.
Several years ago, I read a book called A Dweller on Two Planets. The man who did the physical writing claimed that one whom he called the Master stood by his shoulder and dictated the entire book. I checked into the thing and found that the author was only a young boy at the time the work was done. He would have hardly had the necessary experience to write such a book. So I investigated further.
I've read the book, written by Philos.
Yes. Well, I also saw an article printed in a prominent metropolitan daily. The writer had gone to the slopes of Mount Shasta and had discovered there the same type of people that Philos had written of in his Dweller on Two Planets.
Seems to me that I read something in the Times about strange, unaccountable lights being seen from the region of Mount Shasta.
Right. And so, all in all, and being a newspaper man and of an inquisitive turn of mind, I went there.
You did?
Yes. I got to Dunsmuir in Northern California about 10 in the morning. Soon after, began making my way towards the slopes of Mount Shasta. I had a strange feeling, a feeling of expectancy. There was a deep silence, except for the singing of birds and the sound of a waterfall. I'd been sitting on a rock. Oh, I don't know how long, when...
My son, do you seek knowledge?
What? Well, where are you?
At your side.
Oh, now I see you. What was that you said?
It is of no matter. You are a newspaper man?
Yes, I am.
But you would also seek the truth?
Well, to be quite frank, I read quite a bit about the masters of Mount Shasta, and I wanted to find out for myself.
That was known to us. I have come here to speak with you.
Yes?
Certain things will be disclosed to you, but you must not use these disclosures in your newspaper work. For the benefit of mankind, you may use them, but for profit, no. It is a testament between us?
Yes, I swear it.
We go now to the temple.
Temple? What temple?
The temple of enlightenment. It is before you.
But there is no temple. There was no temple. I can't believe my eyes. There it is, all gleaming white.
my son. My son, many things cannot be explained. You would have to stay among us for many years.
But at least tell me this. Who are you, and where did you come from?
We have been here always.
But why don't other people see you?
Other people do see us, my son. The visitors, the vacationists to the mountains see us. But to each is disclosed only what he wishes to see. To the tourist looking for the barefoot hermit, I am the barefoot hermit. To him who looks for a man grown old among the mountains, that is what I am. To the seeker after truth, I am a guide, the servant of the master.
But that still doesn't tell me who you are.
Some foolish ones think that we are descendants of the lost tribes of Atlantis. We were before Atlantis was.
You mean that you're centuries old, that you never die?
Death, my son, is but an illusion. Your friends in Hollywood who cannot see you, to them, you might as well be dead.
But they know I'm not. They know I'm away on a trip.
And should you decide to forsake the world and stay with us, what then would your friends think?
They'd think, well, that I'd suffered a lapse of memory or something.
And should the years pass and still you did not return, they would then think you dead. But you would not be. You would be with us.
I see what you mean. Things are comparative, aren't they?
Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, they are one in infinity. In the great scheme of things, they are not separable. Look, if you would understand more clearly, look in the pool.
In the pool?
Yes, at your feet.
Well, I'll be. My house. And Val sitting there on the veranda. He's talking to someone. But there's no one there.
He is talking to you, my son.
But I'm here.
But he believes that you are there.
Oh, I see now. Yes, I'm there. And the friends of the other evening, the night I made up my mind to come here.
But a bare moon passed.
If you can do that, let me see into the future.
No, my son.
I'm not afraid.
No, I have spoken. Come, there is much to see.
We'll be right back with more of our Unsolved Mystery right after this short break. This is Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
It's impossible to tell you of everything I saw and was told while I was there. Time meant nothing. What I'd left behind me in Hollywood meant nothing. I remember sitting thinking, and then looking up to find myself seated on the same rock I'd been sitting on that day the master first spoke to me.
Oh, you awoke to find yourself seated at the same spot.
Awoke? What do you mean?
Well, wasn't the whole thing a dream brought on by what you had anticipated?
That's what I thought at first. An extraordinarily vivid and realistic dream. But when I returned to the hotel, a few surprises awaited me.
Yes?
In the first place, I found that I'd been gone 90 days.
What?
The hotel people told me that I'd returned to the hotel, paid my room for 90 days, and told them I was going away for a time.
Was that when you sent me word that you wouldn't be back in town as early as you expected?
I never sent you any word.
But, Bill, you sent telegrams to Watkins, to Ruth, to Simpkins, and me.
You mean that you all received telegrams, but I didn't send them?
But that's impossible, man. Fantastic.
Perhaps. But you go to Shasta, or to Dunsmuir, and look at the telegraph company's files. You won't find any originals there. And here, let me show you something.
What?
This check. Look at it. It's the check the hotel people said that I gave them.
It looks all right to me. Your signature all right.
Did you ever see ink as black as that?
Well, no,
Hold the check up to the light. Can you detect any signs of the scratch of a pen?
No, I admit that
That check, Val, was never taken from my checkbook. I didn't write it. It's a sample of the master's powers of materialization.
But there must be some explanation.
Yes, I think there is. And I'll try to give it to you.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Mount Shasta mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken in this solution for which you have been waiting.
Well, Bill, what about that explanation?
In the first place, do you think it's possible to think of the impossible?
Let me see if I follow you. Can I imagine the impossible? No, I don't believe I can. The very fact that I can think of something makes that something possible.
If you believe in the power of mind over matter...
Well, as far as I'm concerned, mind is all-powerful.
Now let's look at biology for an instant. Every so often, a specimen is found that is a definite link between some animal alive today and some other animal that's been extinct for centuries.
I see your drift. You mean that these people are a link between us and some long-dead people who possess powers we don't know how to use?
Yes. If you read Colonel Churchward's book on Mu, you will find logical arguments in favor of the theory that the Lemurians migrated to the North American continent.
And that some of them landed to the south and became the ancient Mayas.
Right. And the ancient Mayas certainly had something that we don't possess, as did the ancient Egyptians.
Yes, we're all too inclined to think of America as a land inhabited by nothing but warlike Indians before it was settled.
Only the other day, a skeleton was found near the La Brea pits in Los Angeles, and scientists are agreed that it's not less than 15,000 years old. So isn't it possible that descendants of these ancient peoples still live in isolated parts of the country?
And not liking our modern civilization, they simply withdraw from it?
That's it. After my experience, you can hardly blame me for believing that a strange people do live on the slopes of Mount Shasta.
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite and its 96,000... Mr. Gregory Peck in Nightmare, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Friends, Autolite welcomes you to Suspense. And this is Harlow Wilcox, urging you to do yourself and your car the great big bountiful favor of replacing old worn-out narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. That's the biggest news I know. But I've also been told to tell you that Suspense is going to receive a great big important national honor tonight during our usual Between the Acts intermission. And say, when it comes to honors, you'll want to award your car a set of wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Your engine will idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas. And if you want the real lowdown on how Autolite resistor spark plugs reduce television interference, see a copy of this week's Saturday Evening Post and turn to pages 8 and 9. See your Autolite spark plug dealer today. And remember, you're always right with Autolite. Oh, and remember, too, Suspense on Television returns to many stations throughout the nation Tuesday night, September 6th.
And now, with Nightmare, and with the performance of Gregory Peck, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
They say every nightmare has a prelude, something that inspires it, something that happened or almost happened that your inmost mind seizes upon. It lives there in the back of your head, and it multiplies itself and fattens on tiny fears until it's grown into a monstrous, bloated horror. And then, when it's full-sized with dread, it springs out at us from evil blackness at night when you're defenseless in sleep. The prelude to my nightmare occurred at 6 o'clock that evening, the 3rd of July. Since Elsa's illness, I'd been walking home from the station evenings instead of having her meet me. It's a pleasant 6 or 7 blocks along Hartsdale Road and then up the hill to Ridgecrest. Just at the corner there, the kids play baseball. The signs say slow children and everything, but it's a nasty spot, and coming down the hill, a guy might... Look out! Look out! Hey, you, what's the matter with you? Don't you know that
I
you
didn't
could...
see him, brother. They got no right to play it.
Have you been drinking?
Oh, me?
No, because if you had, I'd pull you out of that car so fast and take you over to the police.
All right, brother, calm down. Nobody's hurt. Nobody's hurt. Just a little scared.
I was still trembling when I got home. My head ached and I couldn't eat dinner. It wasn't something I could tell Elsa about. She wasn't ready yet to hear things like that, so I just sat there at the table, looking across at Stevie, half hearing his prattle about the new fishing rod and how many fish he'd catch on our outing tomorrow, and some little story he'd learned in school about Thomas Jefferson and the first 4th of July. And then, pretty early, I took a pill and went to bed. It was the next afternoon. We were driving along, my wife, my boy, and myself. You know that winding road that leads up from Kingston to Fallstown in the trout country? A lot of hairpin turns and a few bad shoulders, but beautiful, beautiful scenery. And that's what we all needed after her nervous breakdown.
A little slow around the turns, Ben. Why do you drive so fast?
You're never driving too fast as long as you feel the car's under control.
Bet it wasn't under control a minute ago. What a curve. Ben, the gas tank's almost empty. Why didn't you listen to me and fill up at the last station?
There's always a reserve after the empty mark.
Bet we went off gas.
Well, it seems to me, youngster, that when I tell you that...
What's wrong? Why are we stopping?
Oh, that's what I'd like to know.
You know, Dad. You know.
Yeah, I know. Out of gas.
Oh, Ben. Will you ever learn?
Well, everybody runs out of gas once in a while. Okay, well, it's a nice day for me to take a hike.
But, Ben, is it all right to be parked like this? On the curb, so close to the road?
Well, why not? Where's the traffic? Only adventurers like us know about this road. Well, goodbye, folks.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Know-It-All. I'll go with you, Dad.
Oh, you'll stay here. Rule of the woods. Always leave one man behind to protect the women.
Oh, can I take out my rod? Can I practice how to cast?
Sure. And you, lady, you wipe off that smile. With my feet, this is a first-class tragedy.
Yeah, it's a smart thing you did coming back this way. Nothing up ahead for 5 miles but the Royal Coachman.
What do you mean?
It's the name of a trout fly.
Well, I know that.
It's the name of a roadhouse. Fancy name for a saloon. Hangout for fishermen. They say.
Oh? Oh, what do you say?
Don't go there, crookedest looking bunch you ever seen. Crooks from the big town. You go to my nephew, Sammy's place in town. Sammy Crawford. Clean sheets, good bed, home cooking. Good undertaker, too. Calls himself a mortician.
Well, what do they need him for, the fish?
Alive or dead. He puts you to bed. Well, want anything else? How's your oil?
Just the gas, thanks. Are we all straight?
Yeah. $1 deposit on the can. Give it to my nephew, Sammy, and let him take the $1 off your bill.
Oh, well, we may not see Sammy. We'd like to pitch camp tonight.
Yeah, got a place?
No.
Oh, that's bad. Gets dark mighty quick up this way. You sleep at Sammy's, mister. Better make a reservation. Trout season.
Well, maybe you're right. You got a telephone in there?
Sure have. 15 cents.
Oh, this is going to be expensive fishing. Oh, what's nephew Sammy's number?
Yeah, it's right here on the wall, over the phone. Oh, say, look at that fella coming down the pike there. 80 miles. Bound for the roadhouse. Can't wait.
Say, there are 24 numbers over this phone.
Pick the biggest one, the one in red. Oh, look at him go, would you? Go on, you crazy fool, you. You're going to save 5 minutes if you have to kill 5 people to do it. When you try to straighten out some of them bends up ahead. You crazy fool.
The pine trees were casting their last, longest shadows across the road as I hiked back to the car. Well, we weren't going to get too much fishing done on the 4th of July, but we had to find some for Stevie. What a kid, teasing his old man all the time. Then I came around that hairpin turn, and there was the car a few yards away, but no family. Elsa? Hey, Stevie! No family. Oh, Stevie was asleep and she didn't want to call out. That's right, the kid was tired. A lot of excitement for one day. I stepped on something. It's Stevie's trout rod. Lying in the middle of the road. These kids have no sense of responsibility. A split bamboo rod with silk winding and a balance that was so perfect. Well, I stepped up to the car. Elsa sat in the back seat looking at me. And in her lap, she held my boy. Dead. Elsa couldn't speak. She couldn't speak. She couldn't speak. I forced some brandy between her teeth and made her swallow it. Her hands were like ice. I wanted to rub them, but I couldn't pry them loose from the boy.
No!
I see him.
No! You want to make sure. I know. You want to make sure. Get away! Get away!
Elsa, how did it happen?
His trout rod. Always his trout rod. He was standing at the edge there casting. He wasn't on the road. He wasn't. And then there was a noise. A car coming up fast. You could tell. And before he could move, it came around the bend and it swerved.
Elsa, what?
There was so much dust. So much dust and pebbles everywhere. Such a thick cloud of dust. And Stevie flying out of it.
Elsa.
Like a ball or a bird. Flying out of it.
Elsa, take some more brandy. It'll do you good.
No, I don't want any. Get away.
Elsa, you've got to take some more brandy. Elsa.
That's how he looked. Standing in the road with the bottle in his hand.
Who was standing in the road?
The man who killed us.
He came back?
He got out of his car and he came over to where I lay in the road with Stevie. He had a bottle and he took a drink and he offered me a drink and he said he was sorry. And then he drove away. He said he would die. Die.
Elsa.
Die.
Elsa, darling. Elsa, don't. Don't, Elsa.
Poor little Stevie. Poor sweet little Stevie. Poor Stevie. My boy.
And then it began to grow in me. Then the hate began to grow. She couldn't remember his car or the clothes he wore, and I couldn't make her describe his face. But I knew that somehow I'd find him. Couldn't be very far off, not in this part of the country. I'd find him. And when I did, I'd kill him.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Gregory Peck in Nightmare, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Friends, this does my Autolite heart good. It's my privilege to introduce Mr. Fred Dearborn, President of the National Safety Council, who will present to Mr. Royce G. Martin, President of Autolite, the National Safety Council's annual award for, bet you can't guess, an Autolite Suspense program. Yes, Suspense not only won the Alfred P. Sloan Award for Distinguished Public Service to Highway Safety, but another great honor for this same program will now be presented. Friends, Mr. Dearborn.
Thank you, Harlow Wilcox. The National Safety Council wishes to thank you, Mr. Martin, and the Electric Autolite Company for bringing to your tremendous radio audience the year's outstanding highway safety program, James Cagney and the Suspense show titled No Escape. It was a wonderful story presented to perfection by Mr. Cagney and his supporting cast. The judges unanimously selected it as the winner. So now, Mr. Martin, I have the pleasure of presenting to you this certificate of award.
Thank you, Mr. Dearborn, in promoting highway safety. And you can rest assured it is a great pleasure to have Suspense win this outstanding recommendation from the National Security Council. I speak for one and all of Autolite employees. I trust that tonight's show will make an equal contribution, especially at this time with a heavy travel over the Labor Day weekend. Thank you again, Mr. Dearborn.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Gregory Peck in Nightmare, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. I plunged the car back into darkness toward the roadhouse. The killer, the dirty, dirty killer.
There was so much dust. Dust and pebbles and Stevie flying out of it. Like a bird.
Yes.
Like a bird.
Yes, Elsa.
He got out of his car and he offered me a drink. He stood there and he said, "You better take a drink."
Oh, there's the Royal Coachman, that roadhouse.
And he said he was sorry.
We'll stop here and use the phone. There's a Sam Crawford in Fallstown. He runs some tourist house and a funeral chapel. I'll call him from here.
Yes. Oh. See all the lights. Why are all the lights on?
It's a roadhouse, Elsa.
So many people going in. Why are they laughing?
Well, they don't know how we feel, Elsa. They don't know about us. Is it all right to leave you here for a moment? I want to call.
There he is.
Would you like me to... Elsa.
That's him. He killed us.
Who?
That's him.
Who? The one who hit Stevie? Where?
There he is.
Where? That one? The man standing in the doorway? How do you know? Can you see his face?
Came over and he stood close and he said, "You better take a drink."
He was big and fat, and his body filled the frame of the door. He ran a pudgy hand across his face. Now, he was drunk all right, and he was trying to shake himself out of it. Well, he'd never drink again. He'd never drive again, not after I got through with him. Elsa, sit back. Now, don't let anyone see you.
He killed us.
Yes, I know. Now, wait here, Elsa. Wait here. Don't get out of the car. I watched him go inside. He walked across the lobby and disappeared in the bar. I went in after him. He was sitting there, his elbows on the bar and his head between his hands. I sat where I could watch him and still not be too close.
Yeah, with soda.
Before the bartender hardly let go, he had it down. And then his watery, bloodshot eyes looked about the room. His eyes caught mine. He called to the bartender and then whispered something in his ear, looking at me, then pointing. The bartender walked over.
What'll it be, Mac?
Oh, nothing. Really, I don't care for anything.
It's on this gentleman.
Have a drink, fella. It's on me.
No, thanks.
Can't drink alone, never could. Come on now, have a drink.
What'll it be?
Can't insult a man, you gotta have a drink with him. Come on.
Better take a drink with him, fella.
Well, soda. Just plain soda, but I'll pay for it myself.
Just plain soda?
Please, here's the money.
What do you think you're doing? He don't want your money. Ain't that right? Your money's no good here.
He kept breathing in my face and talking and ordering more drinks. And I kept thinking of Elsa in the car. The way her eyes changed when she saw him. The thing in her eyes when she looked at him. That man breathing down my neck and guzzling like nothing happened.
I'll have it again the same way. Come on, fella. Drink up. Come on. You can't drink that stuff without something in it. Drink it. Hey, give him something of that soda.
I don't want anything.
He don't want anything. He don't want it.
No,
I'll have it again the same way.
Coming up.
He kept looking at me, breathing it. He had the face of such an ordinary man, only very beefy. Such an ordinary man. How could he do what he did and then run away? I wondered who he was, what kind of work he did. Did he have a family? Did he have a son of his own? Was he having all those drinks to try to forget? Well, I couldn't let him forget. How long was he going to sit there? A couple of more drinks, and he finally got up. He threw a bill on the bar and started to go.
Hey, your change.
Never mind the change.
He waved a pudgy hand. Big shot, big tipper. Very generous. Nice guy. Even offered Elsa a drink after he killed our boy. I followed him into the lobby. He went to the desk.
257.
Good night, sir.
All right.
He started for the elevator. I hurried to the stairway. I ran up to the second floor. I waited off the stairway landing and watched the elevator door open.
Wait a minute. Not so fast. I said wait a minute. Don't shut that door. Not so fast.
There's someone else ringing.
I want to ask you a question.
I have to go. People ringing.
Can I ask you a question?
please step away from the door. You're blocking.
Answer my question.
Get away from the door, then I'll tell you.
Sure. Now answer me. When are you going... Smart, Alice. Think she's smart.
He started down the hall, coming towards me. I stepped back into the stairway, took a cigarette out of my packet, started to light it. He walked past, then he stopped.
Oh. Hi.
I didn't want to talk to him, just wanted to do it and get it over with. I started toward him. We were alone. Somebody was coming down the stairs.
You wouldn't mind coming along.
I don't like it. Even the service is lousy in the place. One elevator, you can die waiting.
How's about a light?
There's nothing here to do but think.
Well, before I could answer him, his fat, pudgy hand closed over mine and drew the lighted match to the cigarette in his mouth. He puffed loosely. His hand was damp and warm. I drew back.
Thanks.
Yeah.
See you out.
I counted the doors as he passed on down the hall. 1, 2, 3. The 5th door down. That was his room. I walked slowly down. I stood in front of his door. So now it would happen.
Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Oh. What do you want?
I want to ask you something. May I...
Oh, sure. Come in.
He waddled over to the bed and sat down.
Hey, you sit down.
His watery, bloodshot eyes blinking at me. I didn't know how to begin or what to do. The blind rage was gone. Something happened to me. Now, suddenly, I didn't know what I was doing there.
What do you want?
I walked over to the window, fumbling for some foolish excuse. It was no use. I couldn't kill anybody. I couldn't do it.
Ask you, what do you want?
I looked out of the window. The light from the neon sign on the roof made everything look so lonely and dead.
What's the matter with you?
And there was my car in the driveway, and Elsa sitting there. Her face, the thin outline of her face, so gray, her mouth pressed tight in a straight, hard line.
What do you want from me?
She was holding my son, holding him tight, pressed close to her, holding him. My son.
What do you want?
Why did you kill my son?
Huh?
You drunken fool, why did you kill my son?
You're crazy. You're crazy.
Bloodshot eyes bulging from his head, frightened and guilty. He reached for the phone and then I was on him. Why did you kill him? You killed him. You killed him. You killed him. You killed him. You killed him.
Operator.
You killed him.
Operator.
It was done. All done and over with. And now I felt better. Now it would be easier. There'd be a little less pain when they buried my son. Elsa, you all right?
He's dead.
I made sure of that. Now let's get out of here. The twisted black-top road unwound steadily under the headlights. But something had changed. It was no longer a road. It was a cloudy, misty jungle where everyone was old and haggard. And there were no children. And then we brought our boy into Fallstown.
If you don't mind a suggestion, Mr. Kane, you look pretty done in. And when we carried the boy out of the car, I had a look at your wife.
Yes, I know.
Good thing you didn't stop at the Royal Coachman.
Where?
The Royal Coachman, that's a roadhouse. Halfway between here and my uncle's gas station. You didn't see it?
No.
Well, it's all lit up with neon, like a regular Christmas tree. Troopers just phoned. There's a job for me. Somebody choked somebody to death. Lots of excitement.
Oh, well, who did it?
Oh, they'll find him. She looks bad, your wife. We ought to get her right to bed.
Yes. Elsa?
Now I have no son.
Well, this is Sam Crawford, Elsa. He's going to take care of Stevie. And we're going to sleep in his house tonight. I think we need some sleep, don't you?
That's him.
What do you mean?
That's him. He did it.
He did what?
He killed my son.
Elsa.
I'm Sammy Crawford, ma'am. I run the local...
He killed us. He killed us.
Elsa. Elsa. Look at me. Are you all right, Elsa?
I don't think she knows what she's saying.
He came over. He stood there with a bottle. He said he was sorry.
Elsa, this is Sammy Crawford. He wasn't there. He was here, miles away.
He killed us.
I'll get Doc Sadler.
What's the matter with you, Elsa? I know he didn't do it. He couldn't have. I was talking to him on the telephone when it happened from the gas station. Elsa, we know who did do it. We know. And he's dead.
He said he was sorry. He said he was sorry.
Elsa. Look across the street. Elsa, do you hear me? Look across the street.
Yes.
You see that man walking toward the street light? Can you see him? Answer me.
Yes.
Well, just look at him, Elsa. That's all. There. Now he's under the light. Well?
That's him.
No.
That's him.
No.
That's him. He did it.
Elsa,
he did it.
Elsa, that's a minister. You know it wasn't a minister. You saw, and it wasn't Sam Crawford. He was talking to me on the telephone.
That's him.
No.
That's him.
No, Elsa.
That's
no.
him.
No.
That's
No. 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 No.
Ben.
No.
Ben.
No.
Ben, darling. Ben.
Huh? What?
Hi, Dad.
Oh.
Hi.
Hello, Stevie. Hi.
Darling, what on earth? You were dreaming something, moaning and great racking.
It was a nightmare. Oh, Elsa, it was. It was.
You dream you lost your job?
Yes. Yes, that was it. How did you know?
Because I know everything. Come on now. Up, out of bed. We've got a big day. 4th of July comes but once a year. Garage doors open, Stevie? Boy, will we burn up the road.
Stevie, stop that talk.
Why, darling.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, instead of going up by Fallstown and up there, we'll cut across just before Kingston and find our fishing over around Litchfield, huh? I feel like Connecticut today.
Okay, Dad. I gotta go for my brother. What did you dream about, darling? It was so awful.
Me? Well, since you have to know, I had a horrible, jealous dream. I dreamt you didn't love me.
Oh, dear. Oh, that was the wildest dream imaginable. Now, wasn't that a waste of time?
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Gregory Peck, in Nightmare.
Mr. Peck, the subject of our show and your character portrayal won't do highway safety any harm this Labor Day weekend. Today's newspapers carried some dreadful predictions of the accidents and deaths likely to happen.
Yes, I saw them. And if I may, I'd like to add a few words of my own on this subject of safety.
The mic is yours, Greg.
Well, this evening, the Electric Autolite Company has been honored for its efforts on behalf of highway safety. You, too, can earn such an award. Of course, yours won't be quite the same. No bronze plaque or embossed certificates, and no one will pin any medals on you. Yours will be a greater, more personal reward. The deep-felt satisfaction that comes from knowing that you've taken care and not endangered your own life or the lives of others. So drive carefully, won't you? Today, tomorrow, always. Thank you.
Yes, folks, drive carefully and drive happily, too, by switching now to new Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're ignition engineered to work as a perfect team with your car's complete electrical system. So for a smoother engine idle and long spark plug life, just remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Ray Milland will be our star. The play is called Chicken Feed, and it's the story of a man whose life was worth, literally, a nickel. It is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Appearing with Mr. Peck were Lorene Tuttle and Alan Reed. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Nightmare was a radio play by Herb Meadows from a story by Samuel Bloss. Gregory Peck is currently being seen in MGM's The Great Sinner. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Ray Milland.
Buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Drive right. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Ray Milland in Chicken Feed, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Hey, Hap, what happened?
Get me a doctor. Rush so fast getting here, run my battery dry.
Why, you don't need a doctor. You need an Autolite Stay Full battery. Why, these brilliant, beautiful, bouncy babies want water only 3 times a year. Yes, only 3 times a year in normal car use. Their larger liquid load is like a lake compared to ordinary batteries. And Autolite Stay Full batteries have extra protection with fiberglass retaining mats for longer life. Why, in tests conducted according to life cycle standards of the Society of Automotive Engineers, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without the Stay Full features. So, folks, get an Autolite Stay Full battery. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Oh, and friends, a reminder, Suspense may be seen on television in many parts of the country every Tuesday night.
And now with Chicken Feed, and with the performance of Ray Milland, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
All right, it was a silly thing to fight over, I admit it, but there it was. A nickel. A measly, worthless nickel. Chicken feed. But of course, that was only the beginning. Junior had asked for a nickel, and I flipped it over to him. After he left the room, Mary said I shouldn't spoil the kid. It was time he learned the value of money. And I said, great Scott, if I couldn't give my own child a nickel without her jumping down my throat, I said, after all, what's a nickel good for? Cup of coffee? Or, how you know how these things get going. You keep saying things you shouldn't, and she lashes out with an answer, and before you know it, you've stormed out of the house, and you're taking it out on the counter. 50 miles cooled me down a little, but not much. I automatically slowed up when I came to the sign, "You are now entering Lansing, California. Go slow and see our town, go fast and see our jail." Everybody knew Lansing. Speed trap, uptown. Driving at a normal speed through the quiet Sunday street gave me time to think of something besides the fighting words Mary and I had slugged at each other. I pulled up at a little cafe next to the police station. Had a whitewash sign in the window, best cup of coffee in town for 5 cents.
And I resent that, Officer Brady. Do over easy, Sam, and heavy on the fried. What's yours, mister?
Coffee, please.
Coming up. Here you are. Say, Officer Brady, how's your starboarder?
Phillips? They're coming for him in the morning.
Think you'll be able to hold him until then? He got out of that Bennington jail like a paper bag.
But don't worry, sister. Mr. Phillips won't get out of this one.
Well, I listened to him for half an hour while I sipped my coffee. Best cup in town for 5 cents. That reminded me of our argument over a nickel. That's about all a nickel's good for. A cup of coffee some places, a newspaper, a phone call. There was a stack of the local papers nearby, and I pulled one over to look at. This Phillips was on the front page. Bank robber. Killed a teller. He had a face I wouldn't want to run into. Close. After a while, the hot coffee made me feel a little better, and maybe I'd been at fault as much as Mary. She wasn't the only one who had a bad temper. On a sudden impulse, I left my coffee, went over to the phone on the far wall. I heard the dial tone, and then I fished in my pocket for change. It was empty. Say, miss, could you change $1 for me? I want to use the phone.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well,
What's the matter, mister?
Well, my wallet, I seem to have... Look, I'll be back in a minute. No, Mary wasn't the only one with a temper. I'd stormed out of the house without changing the contents of my pockets to clean my suit. Didn't have a dime on me, not a nickel. I rummaged in the glove compartment. Mary sometimes left a coin first, but this time, naturally, it wasn't there. I felt like a fool.
What seems to be the trouble, mister?
Oh, hello, officer. Well, I seem to have come out without any money. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, embarrassing.
I didn't realize it. I tried to phone, but I...
Oh, wait a minute, just a minute.
Huh?
Where's your driver's license?
Oh, it's in my wallet. San Francisco.
Got any other identification?
Well, the registration slip on the car.
Oh, yeah, that's the car. What about you?
Look, officer, I'm Ralph Clark. Clark and Jacobs in the Hatfield building. We're attorneys.
Attorneys?
Well, I should have a card somewhere.
Kind of far from home to be without any dough, ain't you?
Well, I came out of the house without changing the stuff into this suit. You know how it
Yeah.
is.
How do you happen to have the keys to the car?
Well, I don't take them out and it's in the garage.
Yeah.
Say, you don't think...
Where you
that,
headed for?
Well, I know it sounds funny, but nowhere, really. You see, I had a fight with my wife, and I just batted out of the house to cool off.
I tell you what, Mr. Clark, suppose we just mosey over to the station house.
The station house? Say, what is this?
Oh, nothing at all. It's right next door, and you can call your wife from there.
But I don't see why that's necessary. If you just lend me a nickel, I could call here and reverse the charges.
Well, we'll go. You can leave the car here. I'll take that key.
Look here, officer. I don't
Come on, move on.
All the stupid situations today.
Hi, Jim. What you got this time?
I'll tell you better after he makes his call. Give me the phone, will you, Ross?
That's out of order. Went dead half-hour ago.
Yeah?
I reported it. They said they can't have a man here before tomorrow.
Well, did you tell them this is a police station, for Pete's sake?
Oh, sure I told them. It ain't bad, though. We get incoming calls, and we still got the nickel snatcher over there.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a pay phone, Mr. Clark. You can make your call from there.
I don't have any money, remember?
Oh, yeah, okay. There's a nickel.
Gee, thanks.
Let me speak to your wife when you get her.
This is going to sound fine, just fine. She'll think I really tied one on.
Operator.
I want to call San Francisco, Fillmore, 60098, and reverse the charges, please.
Thank you. Your number, please.
This is 460.
Hello? I have a collect call from Lansing, California for Fillmore 60098. Will you accept it? Lansing? Well, I don't know anyone in
It's me, Mary. Take the call.
Oh, it's you, is it? What do you think you're doing, 50 miles? Will you accept the call, madam? I should say not. The very idea.
Hey, Mary, wait!
I'm sorry. The party will not accept the call.
Look, operator, get her back, will you? This is important.
I will ring them again.
Well, that's a sweetheart. She's there, the little... Why doesn't she pick up that phone?
Your party does not answer.
No.
No soap, huh?
Well, that's your nickel.
Let me have another one, will you? I'll get hold of my partner. He'll identify me.
Look, we've wasted enough time. Come on in here.
But those are the cells.
Right.
You're locking me up?
Right again.
But what's the big idea? I didn't do anything. What are you charging me with?
I don't have to charge you with anything. I'm holding you on suspicion.
Suspicion? Suspicion of what?
Defrauding the cafe, for one thing. And I want to check that car.
You think I stole it?
No, it's been done.
Now, wait a minute. If you just let me phone...
You're entitled to one call. You've had it.
But look here, officer.
Come on, inside.
In jail? All on account of a measly nickel, a lousy, stinking nickel.
Hey, welcome to our jail. Stink pot of the Santa Nueva Valley, huh, Slim?
Yeah, you said it. What's your beef, chum?
Suspicion. Can you feature that suspicion? They won't even give me a nickel to phone.
You mean you ain't even got a nickel?
No, you see,
Yeah, that's too bad, ain't it, Pete?
Oh, yeah, sure is. I wish we could help you out.
Yeah. Maybe we can at that.
You got a nickel?
Sure. I got 3 of them.
Well, let me one. Will you just one? I'll pay you back. I'll send you $10 as soon as I get out of here.
What's it worth to you, chum?
What? I just told you $10.
Yeah, I know. Pie in the sky.
Hey, my wristwatch. Why didn't I think of that before?
What's the matter with it?
Oh, nothing. Nothing's the matter with it. It's worth $50. Yeah, you fool. Look at it. It's yours for 5 cents for one measly nickel. What can you lose?
Must be something wrong with it. Is it hot?
Hot? You mean stolen? Of
Yeah.
course not.
What are you offering for a nickel for?
Because I want to get out of this filthy place.
Oh. So you don't like our company, is that it?
Well, if you want to put it that way, no, I don't.
Oh, the man don't like our company.
Now, ain't that just too bad? Hey, what do you think of that, Mr. Phillips? He don't like it. You got any nickels, Mr. Phillips?
I followed his glance. For the first time, I saw, deep in the gloom of the locked cubicle, the face I'd seen on the front page of the newspaper. The face I'd said I wouldn't want to run into. Close. Well, it was close, and I was glad there were bars between us.
Of course, us guys ain't much, but Mr. Phillips here, he's a big shot. Robbed 4 banks and broke into 2 jails. He killed a man, too.
Yeah, sure. We're just vags. But Mr. Phillips, he's going to the hot seat. Yeah, they're coming to get him, take him back to Utah and burn him.
They don't burn him in Utah, they shoot him.
Oh.
Ain't that right, Mr. Phillips? Hey, Mr. Phillips don't want to talk about it.
yeah, Mr. Phillips, he don't want to talk about nothing. Mr. Phillips, he ain't very sociable. Just like this.
Oh, now, look, fellas, I didn't mean... I just meant I want to get out of this jail. Here, take the watch and give me the nickel, huh?
Tell you what I'll do. I'll match you for it.
Match me?
Yeah, nickel against the watch.
Well...
Take it or leave it.
Well, all right.
Leave Pete hold the watch here, huh? I'll flip a nickel on the floor and you call it, huh?
Heads.
Tails, I win.
Hey, wait a minute. Get your foot over it. How do you know it's tails?
It's tails. Ain't it, Pete?
Sure, it's tails, all right. Here's the watch, Slim.
Say, what is
Watch
this?
it, brother.
You're not going to get away with this.
Get in, Pete.
Yeah.
That'll learn you.
This is for me and me.
Oh, don't kick me.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Officer, these men...
It ain't nothing, officer. This new guy is acting up, that's all.
Well, quiet down in there.
Now, get up.
I can't. He kicked me.
Trying to get us in trouble, huh?
No, Look, fella, for heaven's sake...
Shut up. Okay. Kangaroo.
I'll be the judge and you'll be the prosecutor, huh?
Right. Maybe Mr. Phillips will be defense attorney. You want to, Mr. Phillips?
He don't want to.
Prisoner at the bar, stand up. I said stand up.
Cut it out, will you?
Shut up.
All right, Counselor. What is the prisoner charged with?
Your Honor, this man's a desperate criminal. He's charged with breaking into jail, insulting his fellow boarders, poor sportsmanship, and fighting. A very dangerous character, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Guilty on all counts. Prisoner, have you anything to say before I pronounce sentence? No? Well, I fine you 5 cents. Hand it over.
You know I haven't got it.
Can't pay, huh? Well, then you can work it out. Rate of 1 cent a day. Your first job will be to shine the court's shoes.
Shine your own shoes.
Oh, he's going to be like that, huh? Hold them, Slim.
Yeah.
Officer! Hey, down in there!
Yes, sir.
All right. Now get on them shoes.
I don't have anything to shine them with.
You got a coat, ain't you? Now get going.
The next hours were unadulterated agony. It was unbelievable, the filthy, inhuman things they could think up for me to do. It was just frightful. With every move I made, I could feel the glittering, steely eyes of the silent man in the locked cage on me. following me, weighing me. And finally, when they couldn't think of anything more, they forced me to stand at attention, looking right into Phillips's cage. They couldn't see his face. It was too close to mine. But he winked at me. And he nodded his head as though it were a signal. And then his two huge arms came through the bars and thrust me reeling across the cell, and I fell and hit my head. And that's all I remember.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ray Milland in Chicken Feed. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, get a load of this picture.
What the? A herd of camels picketing the Autolite battery plant.
Yeah, look at the signs. Autolite Stay Full batteries, unfair to camels.
Now, how do you figure that?
Oh, it's easy. Those thirstless Autolite Stay Full batteries have kicked Camel's water reserve reputation into a cocked hat.
You mean because an Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year?
Yea, and verily, and also correct. Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. This extra liquid reserve expels one of the major causes of battery failure, means exceedingly excellent performance and extremely long life.
You'd say it's expedient to own an Autolite Stay Full battery.
Exactly. And for a few more Autolite Stay Full extras, get this. Extra protection with fiberglass retaining mats. Extra long life as compared to batteries without Stay Full features. In fact, 70% longer average life as established by tests conducted according to life cycle standards of the Society of Automotive Engineers. Why, with an Autolite Stay Full battery, you can tell the difference in your car.
You're right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Ray Milland in Chicken Feed, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I don't know what time it was. 2 or 3 in the morning, I guess, when I felt a stealthy touch on my shoulder. I opened my eyes. I was still on the stone floor. And Phillips was bending over me, holding a revolver. My mouth opened for an involuntary cry, and he clapped a hand over it.
Shut up, you fool. You want to wake them punks? Get up quick and be quiet about it.
I glanced quickly at Phillips's cell. It was open. So was the door to the corridor. He pushed me on and locked the door behind us. In his office, bound and gagged securely to his desk chair, Sergeant Ross glared at us. The empty holster at his side told where Phillips had got his gun.
Here. Which is the key to your car?
This one.
Okay. Take it. Let's move. Where's the car?
Over there.
You drive. Well, we made it. Them hick bulls, they panicked me. Guy could spring that crock with a hairpin. But you nearly done a fine job of lousing things up. What happened to you, getting thrown in the can in the middle of the day?
Well, they picked me up on suspicion.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be till midnight tonight. And all that phony kid stuff about the nickel.
The nickel?
Yeah, all that double talk when all you had to do was slip me the word that Jerry Nichols sent you. Served you right the way them lushes treated you. Acting like a dyed-in-the-wool squid.
Jerry Nichols. Nichols. My numbed brain slowly put the meaning of his words into shape. He thought I was an accomplice, sent by a partner to help him break jail. Then all my screams about a nickel had been nothing but a signal to him. A signal that I came from Jerry Nichols.
Jerry got the hideout set up?
Yes.
Oh, where is it?
The hideout?
The hideout. We're going to Jerry's place first, ain't we? Then what?
Well, I'll take you to Jerry's. Then I guess you take over from there.
How far is it to Jerry's? Can't be any more than about 5 miles, is it?
Well, it's... Look behind you.
What's the matter?
There's a car following us without lights.
Well, I don't see it. Hey, what's the big idea? You trying to cross
me? I couldn't help it. My foot slammed on the brake. That car, we've got to get out of here.
Go ahead. Get it started. Come on.
It's flooded.
I'm getting out till that car passes. You make for the other side, no tricks. Just to make sure, I'll take this key.
I'd made myself a chance, and I took it. I slipped out of the car on the other side and ran. Ran across the fields until I could run no more. After an interminable 2 miles, I found a road, and after a while of tramping along the road, a dark shape loomed up before me. A gas station. And through the glass, I could make out the outline of a telephone. I tried the door. It was locked, of course, but I found a tire iron and sprang the latch. I'd run to the phone, almost thrown myself on it. Before I saw it was a payphone. In a rage, I shook the black box. I could hear the nickels inside. It caused a sheet of metal no thicker than a playing card, yet as inaccessible as the moon. But there must be some money in this room. My eyes focused on a battered desk. There was some change in it, and a couple of dollar bills. The kind of money a man will leave as a sop to possible burglars. Burglars? That meant me. Carefully, I abstracted a single nickel.
Number, please.
Get me San Francisco. Sutter, 15994. It's Morris Jacobs. Tell him that this is his partner, Ralph Clark, and ask him to accept the charges.
Thank you. There's an interruption on the line, and there may be a slight delay, sir. Will you hold on, or shall I call you?
I'll hold on, but hurry, operator. It's important.
One moment, please.
As I waited, a glint of light pulled my eyes away from the phone. Far down the road, headlights of a car joggled over the rise and aimed towards me. It was the first car to come by since I'd hit the road. It might be a stray, a farmer starting out before sunup, but I couldn't take the chance. Hastily, I hung up the receiver, closed the cash drawer, snapped the lock on the door, then I crouched beneath the desk.
Open up! Hey!
I've tried to wake that geezer before. He sleeps like a dead man. He may be back on the bottle again.
We'll get him up. Hey, Jerry! Jerry!
To my horror, I heard the creak of bed springs from the rear of the station. A light appeared under the door I thought was just a rear door to the outside. It opened, and two hairy, barefoot legs under a flannel nightgown came through and made for the front.
Who is it? Freddie and Ross, open up.
Well, you're a fine bunch of cops running out of gas in the middle of the night.
Come on in. It's chilly with the door open.
That ain't gas, pal. Phillips broke jail.
What? Oh, you don't tell me. Well, how did he do that?
You see, there was two of them. He had an accomplice. Said he was a lawyer.
We found their car abandoned on the road back at Ferris's hop field. Ran out of gas, so they can't be far away.
Say, there was a big reward for Phillips after he broke jail at Bennington, wasn't there?
Yeah, $1,000.
Hey! You know him, don't you? Yeah. You was in the Bennington folk when he done that break. What was it? A drunk, a disorderly, or something.
Yeah, I had me a little too much and broke a window in the general store. We was roommates for the night. I was pretty scared.
How'd he do it, the break?
Oh, I don't know. I was sleeping it off. $1,000 reward, huh? Man could do it a lot with $1,000.
Not that he couldn't. Don't you get any ideas now? That Phillips is a killer, and so's his partner, most likely.
Well, I ain't exactly helpless myself. Got a nice little fella on my side.
Now, you take my advice, chum, and put that gun away. They show up here, you talk soft, let us do the capture.
Oh, sure. I'll play safe.
Well, we'll be going. Just wanted to alert you, Jerry.
Yes, thanks. Thanks. So long, boy. All right, you. Come out from under that desk. Come on out, I say. This gun's mighty nervous. Now, get your hands up and stand over there.
Look, mister.
I'll do the talking. Who are you?
Look, you've got to believe me. I'm not a criminal. I'm a lawyer.
Oh, you must be the other one, huh? Keep them hands up.
But I got into this by accident. I don't know. He helped me escape.
Where
yes,
is Phillips?
Well, I left him in the car, and that's another thing. You can get the reward. I know who he's going to meet, and they're going to a hideout.
Oh, I see. Who is he going to meet?
Well, somebody named Jerry Nichols. There you are. If you let me get to that phone, I can clear everything
No,
up.
you don't. Stay right where you are. I'll plug you.
But that's my partner, my law partner in San Francisco. I only broke in here so I could phone him. He'll identify me. You don't believe me?
Oh, I believe you, all right.
Then what? Answer it yourself. You'll see.
Not on your life, mister. You think I'm out of my mind?
But you've got to answer it, Jerry. You don't know what I went through to place that call. You just can't stand there and... Jerry. You're Jerry Nichols.
That's right. So you see...
Jerry!
Turn off that light, you.
It's Phillips.
Stand over there by the window where he can see you. Go on.
Jerry!
Come on in, Phillips.
I ran out of gas, and that punk...
Jerry, what?
happened so fast that for a moment I had no reaction at all. None. I just watched it. Watched Phillips holding his chest with both hands. Watched that giant body twist convulsively on the floor and then lie still. Watched Jerry bend over him, then straighten up. Then as he turned, grinning to me, emotion, feeling came back, and what I felt was seething, overpowering rage, fury, everything I'd been through this night. It was like a boiler that had to burst.
Well, dead or alive, I just made me $1,000.
You foul, stinking scum.
What?
You're worse than he is.
Shut up. Maybe I'll get a reward for you, too. A small one.
I could feel the bullet land in my side, just below the belt, and the avenues of pain spread out like the cracks in a hammered window glass. But somehow, strangely, it didn't stop me. I kept moving toward him. He backed away, surprised. He was aiming for another shot when we grabbed him. I got the gun, and he got me by the throat. He stumbled. I held onto his hand that was holding the gun. I wouldn't let go, and then as he fell backwards over the chair, I was on top of him. He wouldn't let go of that gun. As we thrashed around there on the floor, I brought his hand up suddenly and smashed his own gun into his face. Then he lay still. I listened. I listened to his heart. He was all right. He was all right. I got up, gasping for breath. And then I realized that I was all right. Yet he'd shot me. Hit me. I should be lying there on the plank floor instead of that grotesque heap in the shapeless flannel nightgown. I felt my side where the bullet had struck. Brought my hand away. There was no blood on it. Yet there should be blood. I touched the spot again. I fingered the contour of something small and hard and round. I pulled it out of my watch pocket. Battered with a slug that struck it, bent almost double. A nickel. A nickel! The 20th part of $1. All a man needed to buy a cup of coffee. To make a phone call, to buy a fine in a kangaroo court to save his life. And I'd had it all the time. I'd had it all the time. I'd had it all the time. Huh? Huh? Oh. 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 Hello.
I have your party now in San Francisco. Shall I connect you, sir?
Huh? Yeah. But first, get the Lansing police station, will you, operator?
Lansing police.
Yeah. Shut up, Jerry. You're going to live. And I'm going to be in court with you. Yeah. But I wouldn't give a plugged nickel for your chances.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Ray Milland in Chicken Feed.
Say, Mr. Milland, in a recent movie, I saw you as a baseball pitcher.
Yes, that's right.
You as a pitcher and Paul Douglas as a catcher made a wonderful battery.
That sounds like a lead-in for me to say that Autolite makes a wonderful battery, too.
You can say that again.
All right, I will. Autolite makes a wonderful battery.
Right you are, Ray. It's the Autolite Stay Full that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Made by Autolite, makers of over 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday, for Suspense, Dorothy McGuire will be our star. The play is called Last Confession. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Chicken Feed was a radio play by Lawrence Goldman. Ray Milland appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Top of the Morning, starring Bing Crosby, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Dorothy McGuire.